Welcome to World Food Day. I'd like to begin today's broadcast by thanking the World Food Programme, Unilever, Weston, Summa Equity, Agrifirm and Bloom, who have all enabled this global conversation to take place, one that we hope will inform, inspire and engage you. A huge thank you to everybody who participated and of course all the teams that made it possible. We hope you enjoy this important content. World Food Day.
Hello, I am Rania Degesh-Kamara and I am the Assistant Executive Director at the World Food Programme. I'm speaking to you today from Afghanistan, where WFP is on the ground every day. We provide food, nutrition and hope to millions. Families who've lost their livelihoods, some have lost their homes and their loved ones, and it is conflict and extreme climate conditions that they are tackling every day. What many of these families need today is peace. We stand with all the families affected by conflict, including in my own country, and at WFP, we believe that food is a building block for peace. When people have enough to eat, they rebuild their lives, they rebuild their communities, and they see a future. Today, let us remember that peace is possible and that each of us has a role to play in making it a reality. A small contribution can actually help and go a long way. It's 80 cents it takes for us to feed and reach a family. Please download ShareTheMeal app and help us reach the millions we need to. Thank you.
This World Food Day, Peace One Day and our incredible partners, Weston, Summa Equity, Unilever, Agrifirm and Bloom are taking action with the World Food Programme's ShareTheMeal, launching an initiative to purchase 1 million meals because peace begins with sharing, one meal at a time. Tell your friends about this broadcast, share the link, spread the message because every single view helps. When you see the QR code at the end of this video, grab your phone, scan it and download the ShareTheMeal app. With your help and with less than £1, you can donate one meal to someone who needs it most. Join the conversation by using World Food Day and #ShareTheMeal. And help us spread these important messages even further. You can also subscribe to the Peace One Day YouTube channel to watch today's broadcast and 26 years of inspiring content. And to learn more about the campaign, visit peaceoneday.org. So get your phones ready, the QR code is coming up now.
Dorothy, welcome to World Food Day.
Thank you. Happy World Food Day.
It's wonderful that you're here. The first thing that I want to ask you is, could you tell us about yourself and your journey?
Sure. Well, my connection and interest in food happened a long time ago. It started with a real deep curiosity about how food really shapes people, not just physically, but also emotionally and culturally. And growing up, I had the privilege of having an Italian caretaker named Rose. And she, of course, taught me the value of food. It means care, fun, connection, and love. And those are things that I really value in my life. And so that really built the foundation of my passion for food. And here I am, lucky to be more than 20 years working in food across a variety of different sectors, in retail, in clinical, in food service, in wellness and fitness, in advertising and marketing, and many other places. And I'm absolutely delighted to say that I've enjoyed my journey because Food isn't just about nourishment, it's also about the power to change future, economy. It transforms health and it transforms communities. So that's the reason why I love to work in food. My current role is in Unilever as the Global Food Sustainability Lead. And Unilever Foods is a 13 billion euro business, and our products are sold across more than 190 countries with big iconic brands such as Knorr or Knorr, depending on where you're from, and Hellmann's, of course, sold in retail and in food service. And in my role, I work together with an interdisciplinary team and also with external partners to really set the direction of travel, to reduce our impact on climate by working together with our suppliers on the way we grow our ingredients and process our ingredients, and also together with research and development on how we really utilize technology to reduce our impact on the climate. I also work on nature in the space of nature restoration and regeneration, working together with suppliers and farmers to implement more sustainable and regenerative agriculture practices. And of course in packaging, reducing plastic and moving to more recyclable, compostable, and reusable packaging. All along the way, of course, improving livelihoods of everyone along the value chain of food. That's a really intuitive and important part when it comes to driving resilience within the food system. So with that, I work together with the teams internally and externally to drive really focused actions within our supply chain to make sure that we are really protecting our business, driving more resilient ingredients, and also driving volume by having sustainable products by design. In addition to that, I'm proud to be a founding board member of the Food for Climate League, who you will hear from Yves Turopal later, and I'm also an advisor for Planet Forward and Thero Labs, which are both climate decarbonization tech companies.
Absolutely incredible. You've got a lot going on.
I like it that way.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. No, it must be amazing. I want to ask you, why is hashtag World Food Day so important to you?
So to me personally, I really see it as a moment of reflection for us to look at what we've done to improve the food system along the way, what we're aware of more now than ever, and also what needs to be done. I think it's important that although we should be proud of where we've come to, still 1 out of 3 people can't afford a healthy diet. And that's something that I think we all should not be proud of. So that's one reason. I think it's a point of reflection. The second one is actually in particular for this year, I love the theme, which is hand in hand for better foods and a better future, calling on global collaboration. And that goes along very, very clearly and strongly with Unilever's motto in our Foods Innovation Center around, if you think you can do it alone, you're not thinking big enough. So I love it for that as well. I also see it as a moment for hope, and also these sessions coming up today that we worked on together, of course, is that today we can really turn our heads to the things that have been done and really hear what's going on, what the cool, good stuff that's going on in the world of food innovation, so that we can work more together for more impact.
Amazing. So there are so many of your friends
who
are participating today.
Yes.
You know, and obviously we thank you for doing such a thing. But why was that important to you?
Well, it was important to you too, because I remember back in the spring when we sat together in London and we mapped out this whole map of everybody in the value chain and who we really want to make sure is involved so that we get everybody's perspective, understanding that in order for us to really shift things in the food system, we need to hear from everybody. We need to get everybody's views. And that's what World Food Day is about. And that's what this session is about. It's about learning what we can do more of, getting inspired from others, and really moving forward. From a personal perspective, I love people, I love working with people, and I'm extremely proud of my fabulous foodie friends. So I invited some people who, of course, inspire me and have inspired me along the way, whether it's people who are looking at really changing the way we do research in academia, utilizing their forums such as authorship or restaurants to provoke different thoughts, startups that are really looking to companies to democratize better foods, and also, of course, people that are convening chefs to really drive us to have delicious food that's better for us and better for the planet, and many more. So I think the main thing is, and this is what you work on, of course, as well, is when people are inspired and when things are said, action happens. And that's what I'm asking these people to do, and my fabulous foodie friends, to help us move along this journey today to really help us drive impact together.
So Thank you, Dorothy. Unilever have supported Peace One Day, as you know, for a very long time. And in relation to World Food Day, it's been a couple of years now that we've been on this journey together. Why has it been so important to continue to support?
Yeah, well, I'm absolutely delighted that I get to be here live today. And then, of course, we'll go to Hive together. But I think there's many reasons, but I'll give you three. So I think the first one is really around the critical need to collaborate and co-create. And we're really seeing that more and more in the food system. And that's what World Food Day is all about, right? We hear from people across the value chain in relation to what they're doing and what they need to do. And the reason why we in Unilever Foods care about that so much is because if you think about it, we rely on researchers to set the direction of travel. We rely on tech experts and AI to speed up our innovation. We rely on suppliers and farmers to change the way that they're growing. We rely on policymakers to make those farmers incentivized to grow foods in better ways that will enable us to have a more resilient food supply chain. We also rely on influencers to make better food really cool, and so on and so forth. I mean, if you think about it, we have a whole web that we really need to co-create and collaborate on in order to have a good business. The second reason is that World Food Day is all about building and nourishing ecosystems. And innovation requires ecosystems, which is why the Foods Unilever Innovation Center is located together with Wageningen University and other startups, because we see the need for ecosystems to work together. And what we need is really forward-thinking and innovative ways to go forward. And that's what we really see World Food Day supporting. And the third one is that the themes of World Food Day are very much aligned with our mantra in relation to bring on the taste, which is what we say we need to do. And while doing that, we are focusing on improving the way our food's grown. We're focusing on making sure we have nutrient-rich products, and also making sure that those products are available to people all over the world. So if you think about it, those three things really tie it up: co-creation, collaboration, innovation with ecosystems, and themes around doing things in better and more innovative ways.
Amazing. So from today's broadcast, as you know, with the support of WFP, who we're all, of course, huge supporters of, and we wish them the well in the incredible work that they're trying to do all over the world.
Yeah.
But they have an incredible campaign called ShareTheMeal. Amazing work that they do, giving people meals all over the world.
Yeah.
And out of today, leading up to next year, when we will celebrate once again and bring everybody together, we'd like to see if we can purchase 1 million meals for the Share the Meal. Tammy, why was it important? I mean, all of us came together, Weston, Summa Equity, our friends at Agrifirm and Bloom, and yourselves at Unilever. Everyone wanted to see that happen. Why was it important to you?
Yeah, we talked about it a long time ago, and I said I think it'd be so cool if we would be able to do that. And, I went to an event, I guess in March, where World Food Program presented, and they said that they are getting 40% less funding this year than ever, while the stat is, I guess, 1 in 11 people actually are hungry. And that's 7 million people. And that's wild if you think of those two things together. So I think on one point, from an individual perspective, a lot of people think they can't do anything themselves, right? And this is providing every single viewer an easy way to take action and to make an impact, whether it's one meal or whether it's 10,000 meals. And so I think that's the nice thing to do, is provide somebody a really easy action to make an impact. And I'm absolutely delighted to share with you today, and I'm honored to share this news, that we as Unilever will be donating many, many meals, 10,000 actually, on behalf of Unilever on this World Food Day, to hopefully ensure that more people get healthy and nutritious food around the world. So I'm really proud of us for agreeing to donate that.
That's incredible. That's incredible.
Thank
well
you.
done you.
Thank
and well
you.
done all your team at Unilever.
Yes.
I mean, it is quite amazing, that Peace One Day wants to inform, inspire and engage people towards action that we can measure.
Yes.
And that out of these broadcasts, these pieces of constructive narrative, impact like that can happen. It's very, very special that this is going on. So thank you for making that incredible commitment to Share the Meal and to WFP. And as you pointed out, their amazing work that they're doing across the entire world. I finally want to ask you, what do you hope to achieve? I mean, 10,000 meals and many other meals that other people will purchase too.
Course.
But what do you hope to achieve from an event like this?
Yeah, so I think, obviously, I really hope that the meals get across, and I'm delighted again that we can donate 10,000. The second one I think is really around individual impact and realizing our impact. Whether you're somebody who, sells food, grows food, cooks it, eats it, anything, any part of the food system, and we're all part of it. It's really important to notice your impact and notice the impact that every single purchase that you make has on a farmer, on a life, on the planet. And the change that we can make by just those individual recognitions is absolutely enormous together. And that's what we're really trying to bring forward as Unilever, and that's my personal passion as well. And the other thing, kind of from an overarching perspective, is I hope that in time we see food as a means to better business, better people, better finance, better society, and an overarching better future. So that's a big, big wish.
Dorothy, it's been amazing being with you today. Thank you for all of your support. Thank you for what you've done for Share the Meal, and I wish you the very best on your journey.
Well, thank you so much. I'd love to sit here all day and chat, but I gotta go. I'm headed to Hive, our Foods Innovation Center in the Netherlands, and you should come along for a tour.
Welcome to Hive, Unilever's Food Innovation Center, located in Wageningen, the Netherlands. Let's go on a tour.
Hey, Dorothy.
Hello,
how are you doing?
President of Foods. Let's talk about this beautiful place.
Yeah, what a magic place, right? Welcome to the Hive. It's a very special place, I think. This is where our innovation happens, and for Unilever Foods, this is our lifeblood. It is pounding through this building. We have one of the best agricultural and food universities here in the world. So we work with the university, and we also have here on the campus many important suppliers to us. They are also innovative. In fact, today we have about 25 nationalities working here to bring all kinds of international food cuisines to this place.
Yeah, borderless cuisine, one of our key trends. Well, thanks so much, Heiko. You better get back
Great
to the
to
kitchen.
See you.
You have a lot
I'm
to
going
do.
back to innovating.
Yeah, see
Bye.
you. Let's go on a tour. Marielle. Hi. You're hard at work getting key nutrients into our products. Let's hear some examples.
We fortify our products with iodine, iron, vitamin A, vitamin D, and zinc according to regional needs. In Pakistan, we fortify our Noor chicken stock cubes to address widespread iron deficiency, delivering over 50 million servings last year.
Super, well done.
And in Indonesia, our Royco Nutri Menu program supports caregivers in preparing nutritious and budget-friendly meals with iodine-fortified Royco seasonings, which helps reduce the risk of child stunting.
Great. Thank you for making sure we get the good stuff in our products.
Thank you. See you soon.
Speaking of good stuff, let's go see what Chef Averett's cooking up. Hey, Chef Averett, what's going on in here? Looks like fermentation. Let's talk about the benefits.
Yeah, benefits. I always like to talk benefits because that's actually what we are here for, right? To bring benefits in the kitchens of a lot of chefs, but also consumers at home. Fermentation really is super on trend at the moment. We show it coming from the Nordics, but actually fermentation is all around the world. For instance, if you look into soy sauce, it's fermentation. Bread is fermentation. Beer, everything which we really like, which has a very deep flavor, has fermentation in it. And you reduce your food waste, so you can use your ingredients from head to tail.
Great, and it's also great for gut health, so it's a trifecta of benefits.
It's really, that's what you say, indeed.
Thanks, Chef. You better get back to cooking. I'll talk to you soon.
See you.
See ya. Well, speaking of delicious ingredients, you may be wondering how we grow them. Together with our suppliers and our farmers, we work to implement sustainable and regenerative practices. For example, in southern Spain, where we grow our Noor tomatoes, we use significantly less water so they can survive dry periods. And in the US, where we grow our soybeans, we grow them together with other crops to help protect the soil. There's lots of other examples, but we gotta get going on our tour, so let's go. Sustainability and nutrition are fundamental to our delicious products. From growing our ingredients in more sustainable and regenerative ways, to better nutritional value and less plastic packaging. Hi, Heike. Food innovation is a holistic process. Tell us the secret recipe.
Hi, Dorothy. We follow a very simple three-step process. 1, we prepare and measure, so we use data-driven insights about nutrition and sustainability to understand what consumers really care about and how we can make a difference. Number 2, blending carefully. So we use cutting-edge science, responsible practices, and cross-functional collaboration to create great tasting products. And number 3, an open mindset. If you think you can do it alone, you simply don't think big enough. So here, partners are key. These are the 3 steps which help us to keep ahead of the curve.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Heike, for bringing it all together. See you soon.
Bye.
And that concludes our tour of Hive, Unilever's Food Innovation Center. We look forward to working with you for a tastier food future. See you soon!
Paul Polman, welcome to #World Food Day.
Thank you, Jeremy, for having me.
So, Paul, the first question I wanted to ask you is, why is it important to raise awareness and talk about the global challenges in relation to food on World Food Day?
Well, I'm really glad that you call out World Food Day, and we should call it out every day, because the food system that we have is actually going to the heart of what we call the Sustainable Development Goals. In September 2015, we all signed 193 countries in the world the Sustainable Development Goals with an objective to irreversibly eradicate poverty and do that in a more sustainable and equitable way. And unfortunately, the way that we currently produce and consume food is probably one of the most destructive forces for us on the planet. If we like it or not, we have to feed the 8 billion people going to 10 billion people. But the way we do that currently is probably causing the biggest damage, not only to our biodiversity, but also to human health itself. And I'll give you a very simple example. To feed these 8 billion people, we're cutting down the world's forest, we're depleting the world's lands, we're keeping the smallholder farmers in poverty. We're wasting 30 to 40% of the food that we produce. It takes 70% of our water. Very inefficient way of doing this. And I could go on and on and on. If you just take the effect on climate change alone, just the deforestation, the degrading of the land, the methane that comes out of the cows with the proteins that we eat coming from animals, all that together is 30% of our global warming. We cannot solve climate change, for example, if we don't solve our food system. And then on the other hand, if we turn our food system into a nature, people, climate positive food system, which is by all means possible, we actually could be 30% of the solution to tackle climate change. Now, this inefficiency of the system that we have comes at an enormous cost. Many people estimate that that's about $12 trillion of negative externalities that we have to compensate somewhere else. Increasingly, for example, we see as our food systems how our food value chain is being disrupted by climate change. Take the terrible hurricanes happening now in the US, Hurricane Mistral or Hurricane Helena. Take the terrible floodings that we see in many parts of the world as we speak. Take the droughts. There is no company in the world producing food that doesn't incur an incredible cost because of the disruptions caused by climate change. And at the same time as we talk, the food system itself is a key driver of climate change. Now, what is so beautiful about the food system, as we've seen during the time of COVID, when everything stopped for a while and we had a moment of reflection, how quickly nature comes back, how quickly it restores, how it can bring us back to an equilibrium that we all need. In fact, $1 invested in food gives a $16 return, and the returns are coming fast. That's what makes it so attractive. So the task ahead is a tough one because we haven't been able to do it. But we need to move to what is called regenerative agriculture, where we reward farmers for restoring the soil health, where we call biodiversity strengthening, improving a way of farming, where we give the farmers a more decent income and an incentive to change, where we give people healthy food, and where we don't waste 30 to 40% of the food. These are the main things that we need to attack. And one of the key drivers of that, frankly, will be how we behave as individual citizens. We can decide not to eat meat, and that's probably the biggest and most important impact that we can have on the planet. Doesn't mean every day no meat. It means just cut it down to perhaps once or twice a week if you want to start on that journey. It also means that we have to be careful from where we buy the food and what food we eat. Is it in season? Is it not in season? How we take care of our oceans. The fish, we're depleting the oceans of fishery. So be mindful that we leave some for future generations. And frankly, we would all be served to move to regenerative agriculture, because at the end of the day, it's not only more resilient, the farmers not only getting hopefully better livelihoods out of it, but it's also healthier. One of the main problems we have in this world with our food system is that we leave about 860 million people hungry, don't know if they wake up the next day, no access to decent food. Acute food shortage is now affecting 200 to 250 million people. And on the other side of the equation, we have nearly half the world's population being overweight or obese, causing one of the biggest pandemics, which is diabetes 2, with an enormous cost to society, cost on healthcare, cost on sickness, cost on absenteeism at work, etc., etc. So we'd be very well advised to just take a small amount of our money, 400 or 500 billion a year, which frankly is nothing anymore, to turn our food system into a nature, people, climate positive food system that helps us live now and for generations to come.
Paul, I mean, it's incredible to hear you speak of all of these things, and it's wonderful to learn on World Food Day about regenerative agriculture and some of the choices that we can make as individuals. Really exciting, and thank you for sharing. Can I ask you, look, you were the CEO of Unilever, you were the CEO of many other companies. I mean, you were one of the 24 people, I think, that wrote the Sustainable Development Goals and were a part of that when it was all manifested. And I mean, you've written the amazing book Net Zero and other publications. Can I ask you, Paul, as you enter this phase of your life, you've got a lot of energy, you're still young. What is the most pressing issue, Paul? When you wake up in the morning, what do you want to resolve over the next 5 years?
Well, the most pressing issue, and why we wrote the book Net Positive, how courageous companies thrive by giving more than they take, is that we need to be sure that our global economy, this system that we depend on, is sustainable now and for generations to come, that we attack probably the three biggest challenges, which is climate change, most pertinent right now, which is the destruction of biodiversity. We are part of nature, and by destroying biodiversity, we're in the process of destroying ourselves. And then last but not least, inequality. If you have a system where too many people feel they're not participating or being left behind, it will ultimately rebel against itself. We see that now happening in many places. We see it playing out in politics and global relationships that we have with each other. We've become more polarized. We've become more nationalist, more xenophobic in some cases, more democracies on the decline, and people are very dissatisfied with the way this world is being run, not only by the politicians, but also by many companies. So the essence of the book Net Positive is that we need to move to a system where we profit from solving the world's problems, not creating the world's problems. And currently, many governments are still having laws and regulations on the books that drive us in the wrong direction. We call it perverse subsidies. You look in the food value chain alone, and we have about $2.6 trillion of perverse subsidies that move us into the wrong direction, destroy biodiversity, encourage food waste. We don't want that. Far more, actually, in perverse subsidies than we need to put a good food system in place. And at the same time, on the corporate world as well, most, if not all of the companies still operate in what I call the CSR space, corporate social responsibility, that deals with being less bad, less carbon in the atmosphere, less plastics in the oceans, less deforestation in the value chain. But when you've overshot the planetary boundaries that we have, to the extent that we have already, when we're close to negative tipping points where the world's Earth systems get out of balance, less bad is still bad. We need to move our thinking to quite a different thinking, which is restorative, reparative, regenerative. And nothing better to do that than in our food systems. Our first priority, which we could achieve in the next 5 to 10 years, is to have at least 50% of our food systems come from regenerative agriculture. I have a farm myself in the south of England, and we're moving quite rapidly to regenerative agriculture. The second thing we need to do is to restore nature. We've made a global pledge, all countries in the world, the 30 by 2030 pledge, which means to protect land, forest, and oceans, about 30% of it, to restore and repair our biodiversity. We need to be sure that as we change our food systems, that we build resilient rural economies. The average age of a farmer in Africa is 57 years. He can't take much risk, or she can't take much risk with the few years left. So we need to help them. The average income of a farmer in the UK is less than £40,000. You can't really live off that decently and make your business run successfully. So we make it financially attractive for farmers, start to pay them for nature-based services, start to pay them to increase their soil health. We'd all benefit from that and get healthier food in the process. And then we need to ourselves contribute. We need to diversify the way we take protein. We need all protein, and it's an important source for our well-being. We need to eat healthier food. But for example, to first grow the food and degrade the land to feed the animal, then feed us, why not eat the proteins directly and move to a more balanced diet, eat less red meat, eat healthier food, eat food in the season. It's making a huge difference. Susie Cameron, who is an incredibly dynamic and energizing person and a great role model, just wrote a simple book called One Meal a Day, which means just start with skipping one meal a day, skip the meat on it, and eat alternative proteins. Would have a huge impact, 15-20% reduction in the emissions in our food value chain, that alone. And then food waste, it's incredible for me to see that we have 850 million people going to bed hungry, not knowing if they wake up the next day. And then on the other side, we have the audacity to waste 30 to 40% of the food. Look at ourselves, how much we throw out, or we take a bite and let the rest go. That's not a way to do it. And that's disrespectful, in my opinion, to planet Earth, to future generations, but also to the people that go to bed hungry currently. So why don't we deliberately, and it's in consumers' hands as well, attack the issues of food waste with more vigor, and then hold our politicians accountable. We cannot have a political system where promises are made but actions are not aligned with that. We need to hold politicians accountable and put food on the agenda. We've succeeded to some extent in the climate negotiations to make food an integral part of it. We have now the Biodiversity Convention. I'm on my way to Colombia. It will be held in Cali this year, where we talk on how we maintain a balance in our natural boundaries. We've created the Planetary Guardians, a group of incredibly impressive people, of which I'm the vice chair, to bring higher awareness to that. But it needs all of us, and it's a sense of urgency that it frankly needs all of us now.
Paul, finally, just leave us. I know that there's a lot going on for you at the moment, but we look out into the world and we see the conflicts that are happening, situations in the Middle East and Europe, around the world, in Africa, etc. We're talking today a little bit about the situation in relation to our climate, our animals, the sort of decrease of species. It's, if you sort of look at it through one lens, it's incredibly desperate. Just in a few words, how do we have hope, Paul, when so many people are looking out there into the world and seeing the destruction of each other and the destruction of our planet, and kind of going, well, look, this is how we are. This is how it's going to stay. We're hitting the wall. Where do you have hope when you know these things? I'm not suggesting I don't have hope, but for those who are looking out there and feeling completely disempowered by the whole thing, what gives us strength to know that we can reverse this?
Well, we are doing it in many places. It's first of all, we need to change our own minds. It was Rumi who said, yesterday I was clever, I tried to change the world. Today I'm wise, I'm changing myself. It starts with our own awareness, what is going on if you want any change. If you want to have a sustainable company or a sustainable society, you need to be sustainable yourself first. So that would be the first step. And many people are doing that. We're seeing an incredible movement that is realizing what is happening and is moving to regenerative agriculture, for example. About 10% of the farmers are moving now. And actually, the more we see climate change, the more we get benefits from regenerative agriculture. The soil is healthier, it retains more moist. And as a result, we see 30 to 50% crop differences now between farmers that continue to have unsustainable practices that damage the earth and destroy the soil and keep people unhealthy versus the ones that have made this conversion. So I'm hopeful that it is on the agenda right now. We, as you rightfully say, with the Ukraine terrible conflict there and many other places in the world, we see that many of the wars and conflicts, something that is dear to your heart and obviously to many others in this world, are driven by our broken food system. We probably already today have over 200 million refugees swarming the world, basically because of our broken food system itself. Climate change, again, driven partly by our food system, will probably by the end of the century have 1 billion people look for homes somewhere else. That puts an enormous pressure on any system. The wars that we're seeing are increasingly being driven because of lack of access to water or food or other things related to our food systems. So where do I get hope? It's very simple. The most important thing is that we are at a point right now that the cost of not doing anything is far exceeding the cost of doing something. So it becomes actually the biggest economic opportunity for countries, for companies, for individuals to do something about it. Even individuals, by eating smarter and eating more consciously and having less food waste and eating in the season, you can save 20-30% on your food bills and eat healthier. The same is true in companies moving to regenerative agriculture, or countries getting rid of their perverse subsidies, just to name a thing. So I'm hopeful of that the economic forces will help us. I'm equally hopeful with the speed that technology is going, with digital technology, but also our knowledge that we have on our food systems. And if we can make that knowledge globally available, also in what we call the South, the developing markets, then we can increase our productivity enormously, use far less land, degrade far less land, and actually restore biodiversity. And there are some incredibly exciting economic models. And I'm excited for the world's population waking up to this challenge and wanting to be part of the solution. 50% of the world's population is below 30 years old. They're far more conscious of the way we eat and behave. They're far more concerned about the state of the planet, and they're driving the changes at an incredible speed. And it's time for us that we not only give them a seat at the table, but that in some cases we give them the table itself. So a lot to be hopeful for and a lot happening. We just need to accelerate it. Moving in the right direction, but shifting gears would be my message.
Paul Polman, thank you so much. I hope people get a copy of your book, Net Positive, to learn as much as we've just learned in this amazing conversation. You've been a huge supporter to Peace One Day. You're an absolute inspiration to me. Thank you for supporting World Food Day, and good luck, Paul, on your journey.
Jeremy, likewise, and thanks for doing this. Good luck. See you later.
This World Food Day, Peace One Day and our incredible partners, Weston, Summa Equity, Unilever, Agrifirm and Bloom, are taking action with the World Food Programme's ShareTheMeal, launching an initiative to purchase 1 million meals, because peace begins with sharing, one meal at a time. Tell your friends about this broadcast, share the link, spread the message, because every single view helps. When you see the QR code at the end of this video, grab your phone, scan it, and download the ShareTheMeal app. With your help and with less than £1, you can donate one meal to someone who needs it most. Join the conversation by using hashtag World Food Day and hashtag ShareTheMeal and help us spread these important messages even further. You can also subscribe to the Peace One Day YouTube channel to watch today's broadcast and 26 years of inspiring content. And to learn more about the campaign, visit peaceoneday.org. So get your phones ready, the QR code is coming up now.
Hello, I'm Karina Ataya, Regional Partnerships Lead at the World Food Programme, speaking to you from Cairo. Across the Middle East, millions of people are going hungry, caught in the crossfire of conflict, displacement, and economic hardship. In places like Gaza, families are facing unimaginable challenges. WFP is on the ground, delivering food and hope to those who need it most. Today, on this World Food Day, we're reminded that food is more than just nourishment. It's a lifeline, a symbol of stability and hope, and a step towards recovery. And the truth is, it's very easy to make a difference. With just a few taps on your phone, you can make a donation through our Share the Meal application. Your contribution, no matter how big or small, can help feed a child, support a family, and bring relief to communities in crisis. Together, we can fight hunger and build a future where everyone has access to the food they need to thrive.
بيطلع علينا الصبح بنفكر ايش بدنا نطعم اولادنا بكره.
كان عندي فرن غاز، في عندي جرار، كله قعدت ابيع فيه عشان يصير معي دخل، عشان اشتري المعكرونه، اشتري الرز. وصلنا لمرحله هيك استسلام، ما فيش شيء قادر لا الابو ولا الام ولا بالظروف هذه كلها انه نعمل حاجه لاطفالنا.
احنا مش عايشين.
واللي شفناه بعينينا كان صعب. الناس بيحاولوا من العدم انهم يخلقوا وجبات يوميه فقط تسد جوع اطفال.
Eduardo, welcome to hashtag World Food Day.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you so much, Jeremy.
Eduardo, I want you to tell us a little bit about your journey to where you are today.
Sure. I am originally from Brazil, but I have lived and worked. My career has taken me to Europe, the UK, Holland, and more recently I've spent the past 10 years in Asia. Both in Singapore and in Vietnam. My background is in fast-moving consumer goods companies. So I spent 18 years out of my 22 years of career in big companies, and most of that in food companies, so in two big food companies, PepsiCo and Danone.
Can I ask, what's concerning you most in relation to the issue of food? Particularly, I guess, concerning the manifestation of a more peaceful and sustainable world?
I think today we are focusing a lot on how to feed billions of people. But the truth is, it's not just about more food. To me, it's about better nutrition, right? We talk a lot about climate change, soil degradation, loss of crop diversity, which are really huge issues. But I think one issue that we don't talk enough is about the quality of the food that we're eating, right? It's not only about the quantity of the food that we're eating, but also the quality of the food that we're eating. It's about the fact that we are producing calories very efficiently, but nutrients very poorly, actually, right? And I think so I'm coming from a point of view of health. And here I'm also putting part of the responsibility on the consumer's hands, right? The industry has its fair share of, they have to better, but consumers also need to want to have to consume healthier foods. And health has been there since the start of my journey, has been the inspiration for what I'm doing today.
So what's the issue? Why is food becoming unhealthier?
I'm coming from the point of view, the point of food fortification, which today 90% of food fortification is done with protein isolates and concentrates. And while the protein content is very high, those are ultra processed foods. And when you ultra process food, you lose a lot of its food matrix, right? You deprive a lot of its original nutrients. And this is something I believe we need to fight, because I'm calling it about more efficiency of nourishment, not only about necessarily quality of food, but efficiency of nourishment. I believe that the industry can and must do better.
Okay, let's talk about what you're doing now, because it's pretty incredible.
So I've created Koa. Koa is the very first high protein chocolate brand from Asia. So that's kind of what I've been working on the B2C side. I launched it in Singapore. I'm a food tech startup based in Singapore, and I've used Singapore as my launch market. I launched almost exactly a year ago. And so far have been getting quite a lot of good feedback, and also feedback to help me improve the product. And it's not only the first high protein chocolate brand from Asia, it's one of the first in the world, but it's the world's first chocolate that is fortified with a fermented protein source. I've just told you about the fact that our protein, like a lot of the protein fortification, is coming from ultra processed protein powders. And this is where Koa is also doing something differently. We are the first brand that is actually fortifying with a fermented protein source, which is a whole food protein source as opposed to ultra fermented. And the fermentation also bring a lot of extra benefits of adding bioactive compounds like postbiotics, paraprobiotics. And lastly, also what the fermentation does is to improve the bioavailability of the protein. And for those of you who don't know, bioavailability is the way that our bodies absorb and digest the protein.
So how can we find out more about Koa?
Well, you can always go to our socials. Our website is all eatkoa, eatkoa.com, or in our Instagram is eatkoa. You can hear a little bit more about the journey that I, as a solo founder, have gone through to create the brand, and the journey that I'm now on to scale the brand and hopefully expand it very, very soon.
So listen, before we go, I'm really interested. You had an incredible career with some of the biggest companies in the world, and what ignited this desire to create Koa? I mean, where's it all coming from? This passion?
Yeah. I can tell you the story starts roughly, I'd say 25 years ago at 4 a.m. And I remember being very sad and frustrated, not because it was 4 a.m. in the morning, but because I was driving my father to his dialysis session. My father had to go through dialysis for a good part of his later years because of kidney failures. And it was very painful for me to see him going through that process until he passed. And that deprived him of a lot of healthy years. Because I saw him going through that process, I think that subconsciously developed in me what I like to call this healthy obsession for health and wellness. And again, through my career working in big companies, I learned a lot about what to eat and what not to eat. And when the opportunity knocked on my door to start my own business, I said, okay, I just want to help people live not only longer, but also healthier lives, right? The whole concept of health span versus lifespan, which today is an issue, right? People are living longer, but not healthier lives. The best way to change people's behaviors is to improve simple daily pleasures. And chocolate is a simple daily pleasure. It's the biggest snacking category. right? It's a category that, I mean, the penetration is very, very high. And chocolate was originally consumed as a healthful, nutritious food by the Aztecs and the Mayans, right? Even when it made its way to Europe first, at some point it was even prescribed as a medical ailment by doctors. We made chocolate bad for you. So that's why I'm on the journey to reimagine chocolate's healthful origins with a bit of a modern twist. Because today, if I say high protein, you get it. I don't have to spend too much time explaining that to you. So that's been my inspiration behind the business.
I bet your dad will be very proud. Eduardo, that's wonderful. What an amazing way to start a journey, which of course will have impact for so many. We wish you the very best. It's great to get to know you. Good luck with everything you're doing.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. Pleasure to speak to you.
This World Food Day, Peace One Day and our incredible partners, Weston, Summa Equity, Unilever, Agrifirm and Bloom, are taking action with the World Food Programme's ShareTheMeal, launching an initiative to purchase 1 million meals, because peace begins with sharing, one meal at a time. Tell your friends about this broadcast, share the link, spread the message, because every single view helps. When you see the QR code at the end of this video, grab your phone, scan it and download the ShareTheMeal app. With your help and with less than £1, you can donate one meal to someone who needs it most. Join the conversation by using hashtag World Food Day and hashtag ShareTheMeal, and help us spread these important messages even further. You can also subscribe to the Peace One Day YouTube channel to watch today's broadcast and 26 years of inspiring content. And to learn more about the campaign, visit peaceoneday.org. So get your phones ready, the QR code is coming up now.
Chris, welcome to hashtag World Food Day.
Thanks for having me.
Great. Chris, I want to ask you firstly, could you tell us about yourself and your journey to this point?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Chris Valdeano. I'm a registered dietitian and I have my PhD in food systems. And really my journey was a non-linear one, but I started becoming interested in nutrition when I was working at a health food store in rural Ohio. I really immediately saw the disconnect between what people thought was healthy and what actually was, and how much confusion was there. And I was like, this is way too complicated. This should be easier. And so I started to study nutrition science and got really excited about the nuances and complexities, but also just converting that science into easy, actionable messaging for consumers. So to simplify that complexity. So I got my master's degree, moved out to Seattle to work at a startup company looking at clinical nutrigenomics, and that was very exciting. But I really realized that when people were entering the hospital in the clinical space, it was already almost too late. Like, we need to fix our food system and make it healthier before it's causing chronic disease. So that's what excited me about the concept of studying food systems. So I actually moved abroad. I moved to New Zealand and did my PhD there, and actually worked with indigenous peoples in Solomon Islands. Spent quite a bit of time living with villagers, learning how Westernization of diets and climate change was impacting their quality of life and their diet quality. And it really connected the dots for me. So I'm here today really advocating to connect the dots between agriculture, what we grow, nutrition, what's available to us, and how that impacts our health outcomes. And I truly think diet is one of the best ways to improve the quality of our health, our community's health, and the world, frankly.
Chris, that's incredible. What a journey you've had. It must have been unbelievable in the Solomon Islands.
It was so special. Yeah, I miss it every day, honestly.
I bet you do. So, Chris, World Food Programme won the Nobel Peace Prize, tackling all of the big issues centered around food. So, its relationship with the manifestation of a more peaceful and sustainable world is obviously very clear to everybody. What's concerning you most around the issues of food?
Yeah, there are many issues in our food system. Food is kind of the biggest driver of climate change and water pollution and water use and many other things driving our planetary boundaries. But the thing that concerns me the most is the loss of biodiversity in our world and in our food system. The reality is today, most of our calories come from three crops. Rice, corn, and wheat. That makes up around 50 to 60% of our global calories. And that's not sustainable from a nutrition standpoint, from a climate resiliency standpoint, or a cultural representation standpoint. So I think there's a real opportunity to leverage the incredible biodiversity that our world offers. Not only is it good for us and the planet, but it's more delicious, it's more exciting, it represents various cultures and foodways. And I really have a mission in my career to diversify and really build resilience within our food system at the local, regional, national, and global level.
Chris, can you talk to me about, what you're actually doing? I mean, talk to us about, your work now.
Yeah, happy to. I wear many hats, but one of my main hats, I'm the director of global research for a nonprofit I co-founded with 3 other registered dietitians. We're called Food and Planet. And we are a global initiative working to empower healthcare professionals, especially registered dietitians and doctors, to drive sustainability within their practice. So we translate that science of nutrition and sustainability into continuing education, communication frameworks to make it easier to talk about health in the planetary context. So that's one hat. We really try to empower health professionals as we see that as a key lever of food systems change, because they're the most trusted health professionals around the world. So that's one hat I wear. And then the other hat, I'm a postdoctoral scientist at Wageningen University in the Netherlands. And I am working on a project that I really love called the World Food Map. You can check it out at worldfoodmap.org. It's kind of in its preliminary stage right now. We're working really hard behind the scenes to bring it to the next level. But ultimately what it is, it's an open source living database that catalogs the thousands of edible plants, fungi, and aquatic species around the world. And we will have nutrition, ecological information, cultural data, all integrated. So ultimately, the point of the World Food Map is to be a living database, but also help aid decision makers like policymakers, public health professionals, even farmers and students to understand the incredible diversity of foods that exist within their contexts and how they can diversify their food systems at home. So I hope that anybody watching that might be interested can check out worldfoodmap.org and reach out to us if you'd like to be involved.
That's amazing. Worldfoodmap.org. I love that. I mean, the educational component of that could be fascinating, of course, right? For a secondary or primary, teacher to be able to show young people where our foods are coming from. That's fascinating.
Yeah, it's so exciting. Nothing like this exists right now. So I've talked to many folks already that are really excited for the next rendition. It's right now, as I said, it's kind of in its preliminary stages. There's a lot of rich information, but later, early next year, there'll be kind of a refresh of the entire thing, and it'll be even more useful. So yeah, please check it out.
So can individuals, or will individuals in the future be able to say, okay, this food is growing around me, or I'm growing this food, and then actually put it on the map?
It's going to be based on global databases. So we're working with key partners around the world, such as Kew Gardens, leading botanists, agroecologists. So we're standing on the shoulders of giants with this one. We're not, we basically are collating a ton of different data and metadata together to make it digestible, easy to understand, and practical.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, that's got me really excited. I could really see that being fascinating. So we wish you very best with that. And of course, with your nonprofit as well. So in relation to the nonprofit, which sounds wonderful, how can people get involved and where do they go for information?
Yeah, please check out foodandplanet.org. It's foodandplanet.org. We would love for anybody that's interested in partnering with us, supporting us, or even just downloading our plethora of resources. We have a ton of open access resources of how to integrate sustainability into health professionals' practice. We've focused quite a bit on sustainable aquatic foods as well. So seaweeds, oysters, clams, and mussels, because they're kind of at the intersection of health, sustainability, and climate resilience, and cultural responsiveness. So yeah, definitely check out foodandplanet.org and reach out to us if you're interested in being involved.
Chris, it's amazing listening to you speak. Foodandplanet.org and the World Food Map. Mate, you're on a real journey. Good luck.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure being here. Eve, welcome to #World Food Day.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, Eve, the first thing I want to ask you is, could you tell us about yourself and your journey to this point?
Yes. So I started off my career as a writer, doing creative nonfiction writing, and really focused on recipes. I fell in love with food because it was a way for me to study everything. Food is religion, it's economics, it's politics, it's everything. And I was working as a recipe developer, and I ended up writing 2 books on the why behind the rise of foodie culture. I became completely obsessed with this topic. And my first book was focused in the United States. Second was international. And I had a really lucky career. I got to work with a lot of major food companies and hospitality companies, essentially helping them figure out what millennials want and figuring out what the next kind of set of products were going to be and how to market them. And then around 2019, I decided to become a parent, which changed the frame of mind that I was in and really started to think about, well, what is my responsibility in bringing new life into this world? And I also was starting to become more and more aware of the problems with the food system. I was reading tons of reports that were opening my eyes to the fact that food accounts for 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions. In the United States, about 1/3 to 40% of food goes uneaten. Food is the #1 cause of biodiversity loss and deforestation. I can go on and on. It's depressing. But in all of that, I also was finding the solutions. And what I was reading was ultimately showing me that food systems are the solution to the climate crisis. They are the solution to biodiversity loss, to soil health degradation. And the real nugget in here, again, I'd spent at this point almost a decade doing research on foodie culture. So things like avocado toast and matcha lattes, and why are these things becoming popular? And what I saw is that the solution to the climate crisis in the food system is not at all in conflict with today's top food trends. But you would never know that from the way people talk about it. The way people talk about sustainable ways of eating is always framed in the negative. It's about what we need to be giving up. Most people, when you talk about sustainable food, they think it's too expensive, it's elitist, it's not going to taste good, this is not me. And it cannot be further from the truth. The reality is that we need to be eating a greater diversity of foods. And from a foodie perspective, there are a lot of ridiculously delicious things out there for us to be eating that we are not yet discovering. And we can do so affordably and accessibly that's culturally relevant. And once I learned that, it really changed my career, and I pivoted. And now I'm running Food for Climate League, which I founded in 2019 with an amazing cohort of individuals. Dorothy Shaver might also be a part of this program. The head of food and sustainability at Unilever was among the thought leaders who I collaborated with to get Food for Climate League off the ground. We will be changing our name soon, so stay tuned for that. But it's an amazing organization that I'll tell you more about in a little bit. But that's my journey to right now.
So before we talk about the organization, because obviously I really want to hear about the vision of that and how we can all participate and become involved. But before that, what's worrying you most about where we are at this point in our history? And I ask that question to be empowered in many ways, because if we know what the main concern is, then we might have the opportunity to help.
Yes. So my career, again, in this space really started with this obsession with answering this idea of why is it that young people in particular around the world are spending a disproportionate amount of our discretionary time and money on food and food media. And this is global, and this is across socioeconomic spectrums. Even people without money are sometimes spending it on things that maybe other people are judging, and they're sleeping in their parents' basement in order to do it. Or they're spending their time on their phone watching someone slurp noodles or cut in a molten chocolate cake. This really is a universal thing. And underneath all of that, what my research ended up drawing me to was rising rates of anxiety, stress, depression, and loneliness. And we as a global community are increasingly using food as a coping mechanism for unmet human needs on an emotional scale. And one of the primary things that is concerning me is that I started this research about a decade and a half ago. Those rates of anxiety and stress and depression and loneliness have only gotten worse. And of course, COVID is a large part of this. The digital age is a large part of this. But I would say that mental health issues are a major concern because that does ultimately impact our relationship to food, the bandwidth that we have to be changing our habits, our willingness to have hope, our ability to have hope and function through that lens. So number one, that is something that does concern me about the world and how our level of resilience in this moment. And what is that going to look like? The next is really the basics of just where our environment is at, of global warming, of soil health, of water, of acidification. These things, if you pay attention, it's really easy to feel hopeless, honestly. I mean, the data is not in the great place. And from where I stand, yes, there's amazing investments that are happening in solar, in wind energy, in electric vehicles. There is not enough investment at the nexus of climate and food systems. So when you really look at the money that is going towards food systems, it pales in comparison to the impact of food systems. Again, food accounts for 1/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions, yet we only get 1.5 to 3% of climate philanthropy. That is a massive issue because we cannot solve the climate crisis without addressing the food system. I think fossil fuels get a lot of attention, which is great. Again, it's 70% of the problem, but we're not going to get all the way there without addressing the other 30%. And the other 30% is so achievable. It's really not complicated. Waste less food, eat more plants. And again, there's ways of doing this that are exciting. That is not about taking things away. It's really about celebrating the parts of the plant that people are tossing out. It's about saving money. It's about celebrating your culture and your heritage. It's about celebrating global cuisines that are inherently plant forward. This is not a dangerous or scary kind of approach to solving the climate crisis. And I am, though, afraid of really the wrong messaging. Because what's been used so far is we need to take your burgers away. We have to take your plastic straws away. You're going to be eating waste, which who really wants to eat waste, even though like butter is a waste product, right? There's ways of reframing this conversation. And that is what gives me hope, but it's also what makes me nervous. And then the final thing here is really just people's belief that it's possible. What we have found is that perception is the number one barrier. It's not the system itself. It's what people perceive the changes to be, how hard they perceive it to be, how uncomfortable they perceive it to be. This really is a mental game. We have the solutions. We can make this happen, and we can make it happen on the timeline that we need. We can make sure that everybody is fed with nutritious, accessible, and delicious foods. It's literally just the mindset. And that mindset holds back investment, it holds back action, and that is really what makes me nervous. It's not that the solutions don't exist, they do, and we do have time still in order to act.
You make me think of a phrase, I think it was in a Paulo Coelho book, I think it was in The Alchemist. He said something like, the fear of suffering is worse than the suffering itself, which I think is the point that you're making. You know, we just got to go for it and attack this.
And I don't know that it really is worse than the suffering itself, but it's certainly, in this case, the fear of suffering is going to cause suffering, right? It's a catch-22. And that is really what does make me nervous. It's the top of the list of concerns for this moment.
Okay, let's now talk about what you're doing next. I mean, I'd love you to talk about the books, but I'd love you to also just talk about the organization, what the strategy is going to be.
Yes. So Food for Climate League launched in 2019. And to be honest, we launched thinking that we were going to do a direct-to-consumer campaign on how to make climate smart eating cool. Okay, so that plan very quickly went out the window. And there's many reasons for that. Number one is that most people care about the climate already. It's just that making a climate smart food decision is really difficult. For a lot of people, it's not accessible. It's not easy for them to do. And of course, there's the perception issues. And so when you really think about, well, okay, how do we change people's perception of sustainable ways of eating? And when I say sustainable, by the way, Food for Climate League has a very broad definition. We are a yes and organization. We believe in it all. We believe in sustainable aquatic foods. We believe in regenerative foods. We believe in plant forward. We believe in reducing waste and using all of what we have. There are so many ways to eat that are better for the planet, and we believe that we need every single solution in order to get us there. But the work that we do is really around reframing the conversation, and by and large, we work with food service operators. How do you make these food choices more appealing and more widely available? You need to be talking to the power holders behind the food system, the people who decide what ends up on a menu. When you go to your dining hall in your university, when you're in a hospital system, corporate dining, a stadium, how do you make sure that the meals that are on offer are more biodiverse, are wasting less food in the preparation, are more plant forward? So a lot of the work that Food for Climate League does is about changing the way that chefs and marketers think about sustainable food choices and then ultimately how they act. We also are beginning to engage content creators and influencers, because when you really also want to be changing people's perception of what's normal, what's approachable, what's easy, what's desirable, we got to also be talking to the people who are setting the tone for what makes things cool. That's in part chefs. It's in part the people who are cooking on TikTok and on YouTube. And so Food for Climate League is also engaging those actors. And we also do one-on-one work with different companies. We work with Disneyland. We work with Google. We're working with a number of organizations, with universities as well, to help them really align their menus with guest interests. And this is kind of the number one thing at Food for Climate League. So we work on narrative change, which is change the way you talk about sustainable foods, and behavior change. How do you make these choices easy? How do you make it just the inherent normal choice in the environment? Those are things like change the order in which the food is served, change the plate size so you're reducing waste. These are very, very simple things. And narrative change can be use tasty titles on a menu. It can be training and upskilling your staff and framing this in a way that connects things to their own personal heritage so that they get it. They understand why this is being asked of them and they're excited about it. So a lot of the work we do is around perception change, narrative change, behavior change. But the biggest I think the biggest secret about what it is that we do and why it works is we connect it to food trends. Again, today's biggest food trends are bending in a more sustainable direction. If you look at the top things that are being searched on YouTube, it's like dense bean salad and cucumber salad. And yes, it's Travis Kelce's mom's cookies as well and things like that. But most of the top trends today are not meat heavy. The vast majority of this is trending in a more sustainable direction. And so a lot of what we do is also working with companies so that they can see benefits to their profit by doing the sustainable thing. Particularly here in the United States, everyone knows we're in a dangerous moment when it comes to climate action. So how do we continue to push things forward? For a lot of companies, we need to show them that there isn't a business risk in doing this. There's a business benefit. And so a lot of the work that we do at Food for Climate League is focused on what do eaters actually want? What do people really want to be eating? How do you deliver on it in a way that is also going to benefit your sustainability goals as an organization? But everything is about deliciousness. How do we create a world that people want to eat in, that they're excited to eat in? And yes, that companies are also going to drive a profit from, because we're not kidding ourselves about the world that we live in. And we need to play into how decisions are being made. And people aren't going to do this just because they think it's the right thing to do, unfortunately, from a business standpoint. And so we're realistic about that. And we also want to make sure that people are having fun. Again, rising rates of anxiety, depression, stress, loneliness. We've got to infuse this with some joy. And so that's really what we're about. How do you create some joyful, delicious, wonderful moments for people that can feel celebratory rather than feeling like something's being taken away from you?
It's a wonderful example of, you often hear people saying that the choices that we make as an individual can really change things. I mean, you've just summed it up, that is an absolutely true statement. And that's really exciting. What a wonderful thing to hear. I want to ask you finally, how do people get in touch? Where do we go?
Yes. So go to foodforclimateleague.org. Again, food for, F-O-R, Climate League, like a League of Champions.org. Again, we will be changing our name in January, so sign up for our newsletters so that you can stay in the loop. If you want to learn more about me, I'm at eveturopaul.com. Turo is with one R, T-U-R-O-W, Paul, P-A-U-L.com. If you want to learn more about the way that we look at food and food trends, you can always get my book, Hungry. But Food for Climate League is really the best place to follow the action that's happening in this space and to get involved. I'm really excited about where this organization is going and growing to. I am mostly hopeful in this moment, believe it or not. There's a lot of action that is working, and that's what is making me excited. Yes, you can read the headlines. It's really easy to feel down on things, but the work at Food for Climate League, our projects are legitimately making a difference, legitimately making an impact. And we're at this amazing point in time right now where we need to scale. We know what works. We need to get into more institutions. We need to get more people involved. And we would love anyone who wants to help us on that journey.
Eve, absolutely incredible work. We wish you the very best on your journey.
Thank you so much.
This World Food Day, Peace One Day and our incredible partners, Weston, Summa Equity, Unilever, Agrifirm and Bloom, are taking action with the World Food Programme's ShareTheMeal, launching an initiative to purchase 1 million meals, because peace begins with sharing, one meal at a time. Tell your friends about this broadcast, share the link, spread the message, because every single view helps. When you see the QR code at the end of this video, grab your phone, scan it, and download the ShareTheMeal app. With your help and with less than £1, you can donate one meal to someone who needs it most. Join the conversation by using #WorldFoodDay and #ShareTheMeal. And help us spread these important messages even further. You can also subscribe to the Peace One Day YouTube channel to watch today's broadcast and 26 years of inspiring content. And to learn more about the campaign, visit peaceoneday.org. So get your phones ready, the QR code is coming up now.
Mark and Willem, welcome to #World Food Day.
Thank you very much.
The first thing I want to ask you is, could you tell us about yourselves and your journeys? Mark, why don't we start with you? Tell me about yourself and your journey.
Well, first of all, it's great to be back here, Jeremy. I mean, here in the great studio of Peace One Day, but and to be again here for World Food Day live. I've been here before. It's great to be part of this initiative.
Thank you, Mark.
And I'm just so proud to see you taking it up another notch. Of course, with the World Food Programme's help also, and this amazing initiative around ShareTheMeal. I think it really is something that we can all support and go big behind. No, so it's great to be here. And Lamb Weston has been a proud supporter of World Food Day Live. Lamb Weston is a company, a big French fry company. Yeah? So we bring great tasting fries to many places in the world, and that's exciting. Yeah? So we bring the world together with fries, and it's great because people are at the table and the first thing that they pick, is mostly the little fry on the plate, and it brings people together. But what fascinates me is that bringing these fries to the world, I mean, is actually a very complex thing because it's all based, of course, on the mighty potato, which is a fantastic crop. I mean, potatoes use very little water in terms of versus other crops, and also deliver a lot of energy out of the soil to the customers, to the consumers. So it is a great crop, and then to actually make it into such an enjoyable food is something that's great. But that whole chain has a lot of challenges, and I think that's what we all here also to talk about, because the challenge is, of course, that the affordability of products is actually a bit under pressure. We see it in coffee, we see it in chocolate, but we see it also in potato products, and that's what we are here talking about together with Willem.
Yeah. I mean, thank you, Mark. I mean, before we move on, I also want to say, so that the audience know, and I'm sure they do anyway, that Lamb Weston, you're right, Mark, you've been supporting Peace One Day for a long time, and this broadcast wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Lamb Weston's support, and of course to you too, Willem, at Agrifirm, that you are behind enabling this global conversation. So at Peace One Day, we are incredibly grateful to you for allowing people to receive this message, which I think at this point there's people streaming, well over 1 million people already. So Willem,
fantastic.
So thank you. But Willem, tell me about your journey.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, very pleased to be here and be part of this initiative. It's fantastic to see what you are doing here. And I work at the Royal Agrifirm Group, which is a Dutch farmer cooperative, around 10,000 farmers, half of which are livestock in livestock farming, and the other half is open field crop growers. So I'm heading up the division that services these growers. So we basically supply them with everything that they need to grow their crops, which is like seeds and fertilizer, crop protection. But more and more we are starting to also advise them in an ever more complex world on how to bring their crop cycles to the best possible outcome. Now, and as for my personal journey, I've been in agriculture for about 25 years. As a non-agricultural person, I've been amazed by the complexity of growing plants. It's captivating, but certainly also the complexity that growers and farmers are dealing with. Especially these are mostly family businesses, but if you look at the structure of food chains, a lot of the risks of food chains are actually placed with these farmers. And in a world where it gets more complex, more risk is coming to these farms. The mind-blowing statistic is that actually in the Netherlands around 30 to 40% of farmers live at a minimum income level. So if you combine that with the amount of risk that they actually incur, that is a very odd way for a food chain to work. So that's what we do at Agrifirm Group. We work with these farmers to help them decrease the risk and increase their income.
Incredible. So talking about risk and the difficulties, the complexities that they go through for so many reasons in a world that's evolving in the way that it is, which of course is concerning to us in many ways. I want to ask Mark, what worries you about? I mean, no food, no peace, no peace, no food. WFP won the Nobel Peace Prize. Yeah. I mean, food's relationship with our survival is clearly fundamentally important, clearly.
Absolutely.
I want to ask you about what worries you both, because the part that's worrying you both is the part that's driving you both for change.
Yeah,
Talk to me about what concerns you most about the food system right now.
Well, I think in the end, the world population continues to grow, and therefore there's always a growing demand still for more food. And yes, we know about how many people are still living, let's say, in circumstances where they don't have access to affordable food. So that is the overall kind of challenge that we have. But yes, this growing demand in a world where actually, you know, the resources are a little bit limited. Yeah. So how do you keep up with that demand to continue to feed the world? And I think that is also where Willem comes in quite
That's
a bit.
right.
Yeah.
The getting more demand is a good thing, and that's with a growing world population. That's obviously not only potatoes, but we see that in a lot of crops. And so that means the supply needs to increase. And we live in a planet with finite amounts of land. So ultimately, we cannot increase the amount of land that we grow on. So ultimately, we have to grow more from the given amount of land that we have. And this provides, obviously, a big challenge. Certainly, when you look at the health of our soils, if you just keep pushing more yields, because the yield is really the key metric for the farmer, and that means, you know, the amount of crop that comes off a certain piece of land. And so when you keep pushing that, you risk the depleting the soils. And so governments are starting to put more and more regulation in place, really to avoid that. And so, you know, the challenge that really that we're facing today is how to keep increasing yields while reducing the environmental impact. That's really the challenge to solve.
Yeah, and just to add, I mean, it's understandable that governments put in the regulations, because of course that's something like, okay, how do we control that, so that we don't deplete the soils, etc. But of course that gives more constraints to farmers, and actually we see that the impact of that brings lower yields. So the real kind of unlock that we need is to collaborate across the whole chain, because that's the only way to increase those yields, those outputs from land, and in the end that can then provide growth, which then of course demand can then be fulfilled. So that is the whole kind of circularity here that we are dealing with as a challenge.
Very interesting. So let's move on to that then, because there is some, I mean, throughout this entire broadcast, extraordinary people like yourselves on the front line trying to deliver food, you know, representing farmers, etc., etc. You know, and how we do that is fundamentally important in relation to can we use that soil again the following year. Talk to me about some of the constructive things that are happening. Let's get the hope here. Yeah. What's happening? What are some of the good things that are going on at the moment that give us hope?
And that's also why we are here. I mean, it is all about, as I said before, I mean, it's all about collaboration across the chain. Now, that is not happening so much today. Yeah. So what you see now is that parts of the chain are all trying to optimize that part of the chain. Yeah. So a farmer will try to optimize his or her piece of the chain, and so forth. Yeah. So, but actually, if you, in the end, if you add the pieces together and it works together, then you can improve that. Yeah. So that is the big kind of unlock that we are trying to create to, in the end, provide a very stable supply, a growing supply of high quality crops that can lead to high quality products like the Westons. Yeah. So I think that's a little bit the kind of the challenge. Which I don't know. I mean, that's maybe because of the how. I think that's also where Agrifirm comes in.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. This from you know, from farm to fork. You know, I mean, that's what you're talking about, isn't it? All the way from one to the other.
From farm to factory to fork.
Yeah.
Because in the end,
and you've all got to talk. You've all got to work together. And the more we work together, the stronger we are, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And that goes for everything, doesn't
it?
Yeah. So really, this is about, you know, how in an ever increasing complex world, how do you deal with this, right? Because, and as Mark already said, that's why we're here today, because what we believe is that by collaborating, we can actually change and change the perspective that we're with increasing the yield, with less inputs. That is ultimately what we're striving for.
So, when you talk about less inputs, you're talking about chemicals, or you're talking about protection of the planet.
Yeah,
in terms of improving yields.
Less water. I mean, there's the more you bring down those inputs, of course, it's also lower cost, but also the effect on the planet, of course, is reduced.
And that's a real driver for you.
So it's working within the constraints that we have and still increase yields, right? That is the challenge. And so the direction that we're moving is really digitizing the whole crop growing cycle. And so you can take data-driven decisions. And so that's really a turn into the 21st century, if you like, for farming. Is, you know, how do we start with measures that we can actually turn into active decisions, which ultimately lead to more output with less inputs and, as you said, lower environmental impact. That's really, and we can do that in a much more localized way today with local data instead of more generic advice. We can do that much more locally, and that's what changes also for farmers, so they can ultimately increase and doing less.
And you both, I mean, I want to move on to Share the Meal, and I want to find out a little bit more about, people can find out more about the both of you. But I mean, you know, do you think we're doing enough? I mean, do you sort of have hope about the future of food and technology and how it needs to evolve?
Well, we're still at the early stages, I would say, of, because to adopt all this is not easy. Yeah, I mean, for a farmer, having so many already challenges, to deal with in terms of compliance to the regulations, and to actually deal with the weather and all that, and to actually provide for their own family, etc. I mean, there's many challenges. Yeah? So how do you also incentivize a farmer to be more data driven and to make sure that in the end a bigger system is built, of course, that the farmer can be part of, as well as us and Agrifirm. So and then it often starts also with producers like ourselves. So how do we incentivize the farmers that we work with to actually do a better job and to provide those data so that you can build that stronger system for the future and build those best practices. But it really is bringing it all together and making it happen.
To your question, I'm very hopeful. Yes, because I can see that new technologies can achieve what we've just said.
And protect the planet.
And protect the planet and increase yields, because those have to go together, right? That's the challenge, because income has to be there for the farmer to survive, and yet it has to be efficient enough for food prices to remain at an acceptable and affordable level, right? So I'm very confident that we can do this together, and the key is really to get the data flow going. So that provides very important upsides for a company like Lamb Weston, but it also drives trust in the food chain because it becomes more and more transparent. But certainly it provides the real measures for farmers to take the right decisions.
So you see, there's more to it to actually bring a fry to your plate. I mean, there's a lot going on here. Absolutely.
Well, I mean, it's amazing. I mean, listen, I've had a lot of conversations and spoken to a lot of people to produce today, and I got to tell you, I find it just the information that I receive, the inspiration that I feel, and the way in which everyone's engaging and talking. I have to say, it is really inspirational, and it's just a pleasure to do this and hear these conversations. Look, we've got a couple of minutes left. Share the meal. Why is that so important, Mark?
You want to maybe start, Willem, and then I'll...
Well, first of all, I think it's very inspiring today, so I want to encourage all the watchers today to make the donation, because that's, I think, a very important aspect of what we're trying to achieve today, as well as provide more insight on how the food chain works. And so my quick summary of that is we talked a lot about the economies, around food prices, around farmer income, but we also talked about, the environmental footprint. And so that really is the key. If you can marry those two up, the economics and the ecology, that's the key to the future, and hence getting a collaboration on that. So if we've gotten that across, I would hope that people get their support for farmers, get it up, as well as support the day-to-day.
We hear that a lot. Support your local farmers. We really hear that a lot. That's a great message.
Yeah,
Mark,
absolutely.
Share the meal.
Share the meal, fantastic. And Lamb Weston has a foundation actually that is set up to fight hunger. So that's something, of course, that is completely aligned with the Share the Meal program. So we're also happy, like Unilever earlier today, to donate 10,000 meals to the Share the Meal program. So first of all, I'm very proud to do that, and I'm very happy to do that. And I hope it is also motivating more people to join in and make this day even more successful for everyone. So that's first of all. And of course, then it's support the farmer, eat more potatoes, and if those are Lamb Weston potatoes, then I'm happy too.
I mean, it's incredible that you've made that contribution to Share the Meal. We are all huge fans of WFP. They do unbelievable work around the world, and it's obviously a huge honour for all of us to be able to support them today. So well done, WFP. But if people would like to know more about Agrifirm and Lamb Weston, how can they do that?
Well, of course, we have our website out, so I think that's probably the best way to get better understanding of what this farmer-owned cooperative, which I think is a very important aspect of it. Yeah.
Lamb Weston is available in your supermarket, so then you can also get some more information. But Twister fries, he loves them too, and I do too. But I think that overall we are here to support not only, of course, our own ambitions here, but a broader network. So I hope that has come across today.
Okay. Willem, thank you for being involved.
Pleasure.
Mark, fantastic. Let's have another look at a wonderful public service announcement.
From just one fundraising goal in 2015 to more than 15 in 2023, Share the Meal donors from around the world have supported WFP operations in more than 45 countries. Donors can choose what type of operations to support, including emergencies and nutrition, or choose to help projects reach their goal. If they can't decide, they can always choose to have WFP decide where their donation is most needed. Donors can share just one meal or many, and even choose to make that amount a monthly donation. With just a few taps, they know they've made an impact. We'll keep them updated on how their donation is being used and what it means to families in need. Together, our community can help end global hunger.
Fatma, welcome to #World Food Day.
Thank you, Jeremy. It's a pleasure to be here.
Fatma, can you tell me about your story that's led you to this point?
Thank you very much. I'm a passionate woman. I grew up in a very local community, and food has always been the center of my world, of my community. And I grew up and, became very passionate about food, went to culinary school, and then decided to start working as a chef. But one thing was always missing for me, the identity around it and the philosophy, because I was cooking food that I had no connection with. And for me, something was missing. So I started traveling across Africa, collecting recipes, spending time in the kitchens of indigenous women, learning about the traditional food techniques, and documenting these. And then I'll come to Ghana and host dinners. And but for me, the goal was to celebrate African gastronomy, tell stories through food, and also use the restaurant as a space for people to step outside their comfort zone and explore flavor and sustenance through the palate of indigenous women. And the restaurant is called Dine on a Mat. And I also champion indigenous local grains, also food loss. It's a big part of my work. And in a nutshell, I'm a chef and I'm also an advocate for African gastronomy.
So tell us about your restaurant. Where is it? And tell us about it.
That's the big question. My restaurant is everywhere. It's a nomadic restaurant. So it's not a physical restaurant. And the goal behind that is for the restaurant to reach as many people as possible, because I see it as an engine to educate people about food, about identity, about, climate, about indigenous grain, about all these systems that the world is desperately in need of now. So I collaborate with women, but because they can't always come with me on this journey, the restaurant is a pop-up and it's a reflection of nomadic people, so that I can carry all these voices and these faces behind, with me along the way. So it's a vehicle that is taking the spirit of women and sharing it with the world. So I could be in London right now, I could be in Canada, I could be in New York, I could be in Kenya, I could be anywhere.
And when you go anywhere, you pop up the restaurant and you share stories, you share food.
Yes, correct. It's a nomadic restaurant, so people sit on mats, on pillows, eat with their hands, you tell the stories of these women. And we are also very intentional about using objects, ingredients that are sustainable. And I know these days we use the word sustainability way too much, and it's not just a buzzword for us. It's actually a practice, because in communities like this, indigenous communities, sustainability is not a buzzword, it's a lifestyle. How do we connect to food? Because if you look at the food system now, it's moving so too fast. Most of us are doing grab and go because of convenience, and the ceremony around sitting around the table with your family, looking them in the eye, passing the bowl. That disconnect. There's a disconnection there. It's not happening much anymore because we are in a hurry. And I see the restaurant as a space to encourage people to reflect about how they connect to food, but also how they can diversify their plate more, how they can cut loss, food loss, how can they celebrate the memory of their family or their grandmother through food. It's really about pausing and connecting. So the restaurant focuses on what truly matters to me, I think, is the flavors of the food and the shared experience.
Incredible. So tell me, your passion for food, telling stories, bringing people together all over the world is amazing. What sparked it, and what's concerning you at the moment in relation to what's happening in our world, given that the World Food Programme won the Nobel Peace Prize for food? So its relationship with a more peaceful and sustainable world is clearly profound and inextricably linked. Talk to me about what's igniting your passion and what's concerning you most.
My passion, the drive for me has been from a particular phase in my life. I grew up in Sierra Leone, and I experienced civil war at the age of 9. And I had to flee Sierra Leone and move to Guinea, Conakry, which is my ancestral home. That's where my family comes from. So I had to move there at a young age. And I come from a very, very large family. I'm talking over 1,000 first cousins. And having to move into a small village that could only accommodate about 200 people. And we moved there and we were over 1,000. So the food that was already in the village couldn't sustain us. So we had to lean into farming, drought-resistant grains, doing everything from scratch, fetching firewood from the bush, fetching water from the stream. The respect and the process that went into it was so profound. Even as a kid, it still, it stuck with me. So having to go through, life, and then ended up becoming a chef. And with that experience, and knowing that these days everything is moving so fast, we are losing our anchor so rapidly. And the conversation, around climate change, food insecurity, which is also a big issue from where I come from, West Africa. And having a platform as a chef, I wanted to champion, these messages because they are so important. And it's so pressing right now. We are in difficult times right now. There is climate change, there is food insecurity, there is war, And I believe as people, if we don't try to reset our system, we are in for trouble. And the easiest way, I think, to do that is through food, because food connects us in the easiest way possible. Sometimes I go into small communities where I don't speak the language at all, but I connect so deeply with women, with men, with kids through food, because it's a universal language, it's a bridge. And I see it as a way to really get people, the right people into the room, or the right, bringing farmers together, creating a world that is peaceful. It can be achieved through food because it's a tool that we can use to champion change. And I feel very honored to use that tool to champion the things that I care about.
Inspirational, Fatma. Inspirational. Can I ask you, what can people like me, ordinary people, what can we do? I mean, I'm very aware that when I ask this question, having traveled well over 100 countries, I think 28 African countries of the 53 I've been to, I know the continent well. And sometimes when I ask this question about what can people do, and I think to myself, a lot of people are hungry. They just want to eat. There's not a lot of choice of, well, I won't waste any food because they haven't got any, right? So, you have to kind of put it all into perspective.
Yeah.
But what can we do in our homes that can have an impact?
It's really about baby steps, about being very intentional. And it's not hard work. I always tell people that it's not science to show up, in an intentional way. For example, the simplest things you can do is make sure the food you're eating is seasonal. Buying from the farmer, at the farmer's market. Supporting local, because it starts at home. Most times we because there are food trends, we focus on the packaged food. You don't know how long it's been there. You don't know how many miles it has traveled. And most times packaged food comes with also things that destroys the planet because it's packaged, and most times it's not packaged sustainably. So buying local, supporting local, eating seasonal, diversifying your plate is so important. Diversifying your plate, slowing down when it comes to food. I go to restaurants, I freak out because people are sitting on the table and they're on their phones when they are supposed to be connecting. It's losing the human touch. So it's really about how we show up every single day, because we can't be perfect. That's the thing. But if we're intentional, baby steps, making sure, if you're going to use plastic, you don't use single-use plastic. Use that tote bag, repeatedly. Buy from the farmer stall next door, the farmer's market. It's really about baby steps, because then you can be consistent.
Amazing. How can people find out more about you? How can we find out when the restaurant's going to pop up? Because for sure I want to come. How do we find out more about you?
I'm very active on social media. And for the restaurants, you can always follow us on Dine on a Mat on Instagram. And then we have a website also, which is www.dineonamat.com. And when it comes to our work with women and farmers, it's on Fulani Kitchen Foundation, both on websites, Instagram, LinkedIn. So and for the pop-up restaurants, I always announce when I'm moving to a different location from Ghana.
Amazing. Dineonamat.com.
Yes.
You're incredible. It's been such a pleasure listening to you. I wish you the very best on your journey, and thank you for participating in #World Food Day. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Jamie, and thank you for the work that you are doing also. It's collective effort. We can't do it alone, so thank you so much. It's important work. Thank you.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
This World Food Day, Peace One Day and our incredible partners, Weston, Summa Equity, Unilever, Agrifirm and Bloom, are taking action with the World Food Programme's ShareTheMeal, launching an initiative to purchase 1 million meals, because peace begins with sharing, one meal at a time. Tell your friends about this broadcast, share the link, spread the message, because every single view helps. When you see the QR code at the end of this video, grab your phone, scan it and download the ShareTheMeal app. With your help and with less than £1, you can donate one meal to someone who needs it most. Join the conversation by using #World Food Day and #ShareTheMeal. And help us spread these important messages even further. You can also subscribe to the Peace One Day YouTube channel to watch today's broadcast and 26 years of inspiring content. And to learn more about the campaign, visit peaceoneday.org. So get your phones ready, the QR code is coming up now.
Hi everyone, I'm Rami Kridli, the CEO of ShareTheMeal. ShareTheMeal is an app by the World Food Programme that makes it simple to help a hungry child whenever you want, wherever you are. Now picture this. Smartphone users outnumber hungry children by 20 to 1. That's the tool we all carry in our pockets. With our app, you can explore today more than 15 of the WFP's operations across the globe and choose where your donation goes. You can give to a single campaign or split your donation across several, making each meal a personal choice. It costs just 80 cents to feed a hungry child for a full day. Every donation is tracked on the app, so you can see your impact and how we are delivering it on the ground. The app runs in 14 languages, accepts 52 currencies, and is available worldwide in more than 200 countries. Together, our community has delivered close to 300 million meals, from school feeding programs in Malawi to emergency responses in Gaza and Sudan. This World Food Day, join us in the Peace One Day Challenge to raise 1 million meals and be part of our growing community of change makers. Happy World Food Day from all of us at ShareTheMeal.
Okay, so now we're on to a Summa Equity section of our broadcast. And joining me today is Case and Emily. Welcome to World Food Day.
Thank you.
Good to be here.
Okay, the first thing I want to ask Case is, Summa Equity has been a great supporter of Peace One Day. You've enabled this global conversation to take place today along with our other supporters. I just want to say I'm incredibly grateful firstly to you for doing that.
Well, Jeremy, we are so excited to be here, and so let's start by saying, Happy World Food Day. And we as Summa Equity, we are very privileged and happy to be able to be a big supporter of it. So, Summa Equity, who are we? And so we have been founded with a vision to invest in solving real global challenges. And that obviously is a big task to have. And if you think about, where real transformation needs to happen, clearly that needs to happen in a circular economy. Clearly that needs to happen around, the energy transformation. But the food transformation is an absolute critical part of that. So that's why we are so passionate about being here and contribute to World Food Day. If we think about that, in investment, this is called impact investing. And Summa Equity is actually Europeans' largest impact investment fund. And what is interesting is that because you're solving global issues, your relevance in society is actually significant. And that means is that, our returns are also, disproportionate. So there is actually a real economic system to help to change the system. And there, where actually that is not the case, then we have a Summa Foundation to be able to invest for unlocks even on a longer term when there's not an immediate return in there. So that makes Summa Equity actually very, very unique.
I mean, Case, your personal story, in terms of being in the world of business, you worked for Unilever for a long time and were looking after North America. Your knowledge on all of this is pretty incredible. It must be exciting to be at Summa Equity and enabling incredible programs around the world to actually have a chance.
Yeah, the uniqueness is, once a business is net positive, it actually gives more to society than it takes out. And it is already a proven business model which, has a real, net positive also in financial terms. To be able to help that with additional capital and to be able to really scale that so that everything what you do gets a disproportionate, even bigger positive impact in society. It's just fantastic. That is where the passion of business and society lies.
Amazing, amazing. And Emily, it's very interesting at Summa Equity because you have a whole series of highly experienced individuals who are looking at different sections of this to make solid investments that are going to make impact. Talk to us about your area of work.
Yeah, so I'm an impact director at Summa Equity, and the food system, it's one of the most powerful levers of planetary resilience. Yeah, it's not being used as of now, and it's very complex. So at Summa, we have identified theories of change that inform our investments and our sourcing and our value creation work. And this theory of change for the food system is built on the planetary boundaries framework, which identifies 9 critical Earth system limits that we need to stay within in order to keep ourselves or the planet in a safe operating space. And this is not about the planet itself. The planet will always be fine in one shape or form, but it's about creating that space that we as humans can thrive, really. And these theories of change that we have developed are aligned with the planetary boundaries and identify very concrete investment opportunities. And we see now how climate change, biodiversity, water, so many of these planetary boundaries are being pushed by the food systems of today. And paradoxically, they're also dependent on them, right? So we need land, we need water, etc., in order to be able to produce food. So what we're trying to do is to shift these systems, so real world systems, and making them operating within the planetary boundaries. And that's why we need a total systems change.
I mean, it's absolutely amazing. And I think we've just got a little character who's just come in. So here's Blue. There we go. Let's pick up Blue. That's part of our planetary boundaries. So how funny. I want to just talk a little bit about now some of the connections that you have, and we're going to hear now from a farmer, Mario. Do you want to just introduce that for me slightly?
Well, as Emily said, the critical part is total system change. And so this is just one example of an investment which we have done. And the uniqueness of this is why we use this as an example, is that this is really from farm all the way to fork, total system change. So let's start with the farmer.
Yep, let's look at Mario now.
Hi, I'm Mario. I'm coming from Croatia. And 5 years ago, we invested in farming. We mainly use wheat, corn, soybean and fava bean, and we are rotating these 4 crops all the time. I think that the main problem is we have lots of difficulties with the weather conditions, and the way of farming that is doing right now in Croatia is not adapting to this situation. Because of that, we have lots of farmers have a problem with the yield, with the corrosion of the soil. And I think if they will not transfer the way of doing this business, they will get in more and more trouble in the future. For Bloom project, we use inoculant seed. We put manure. We use reduced tillage. So for the preparing, we just have 1 pass, and after that seeding. While our neighbors who are doing conventional tillage, they have around 3 to 4 passes before seeding. In these terms, in our way doing the tillage, we have a much lower consumption of fuel, and we see the quality of the soil is better because we can preserve much more nitrogen inside, and each year we are doing the analysis of the soil, and we see the difference.
Incredible to hear from Mario. What amazing work that he's doing. So next up, we're going to hear from Giuseppe, who's going to talk about all of the benefits of this amazing crop, the fava bean. Let's look at that film now.
So rebuilding soil biology is really about understanding how the soil life works and how it gets to become more and more rich. And there's basically two pathways. One is really through the root exudates, and that's about optimizing photosynthetic efficiency in the crop and getting more and more glucose and sugars to the microbes and the fungi and all the soil life that is in the root zone. And the second pathway that we need to improve is really about the plant residue. So if we have more coverage of the soil with organic matter, all the life that is under the soil gets fed. What we have developed is a series of protocols that are really crop and soil and climate specific, so that we actually build those two systems to then slowly build and revive the soil biology. We call it a soil restoration project. And in essence, a soil restoration project starts with analyzing what is the situation in the soil. We look at all the metrics that you'll find in a standard soil report, like pH, CEC, all the macronutrients. And then we create, for that particular crop and soil combination, a formula, a blend of microbes and fungi and other organic compounds, secondary metabolites, that we bring in already from the start when the seed is planted. So during the growth phase, we then continue with plant sap analysis, and we add the missing nutrients and also secondary metabolites that are necessary not only to feed the plant with missing nutrients, which is very often what is happening today in farming, but also to make sure that the plant has the right defenses to grow in a natural and strong way. And then after harvest, we take a very equally tailored approach for the cover crops. So we create a mix of cover crops that are specific to that situation. And we could be adding cover crops that do nitrogen fixation or pathogen resistance or soil decompaction. That's the type of personalization that we do.
Kees, it's inspirational what's happening here.
Yeah, let me talk about the significance. And, when you really ladder it up strategically, the first thought is that there is a difference between what we call the doom loop versus the power of nature. And what's actually happening all around the world at the moment is around the doom loop. More chemicals are being put onto the soils, then GMO seed is getting there. And that means is that the soil gets deteriorated incredibly, which means is that you need, again, more GMO and more chemicals. But there's also actually a total, as you've heard both, Mario the farmer and Giuseppe talk about, is that there is the power of nature loop. And there, when you really start to do the right practices, and you do that, with the right knowledge and the real understanding of what the soil needs, and you bring back the power of nature. And so there's actually two principally logics, either the doom loop or the power of nature. And that's actually what we are bringing back. The second point is that there is actually a paradigm shift which needs to happen all around the world. Everybody thinks is that this, first gets yields lower and then, you build it back up. And so there is risk and a lower yield for the farmer. Actually, that is not the case. Is that you can do this with cost neutrality and therefore minimize the risk, if anything, actually opportunity for the farmer, and do that in cost neutrality. And then there's a third point, because the farmer has talked about this unique fava crop, together with the right knowledge about the soil, and then, about the practices. But there's one step otherwise as well, and that is what you do with the seed. So let's listen to Dr. Eric, who is actually talking about, Eric Jackson. He's talking about, the uniqueness of what you can do with the seed. And then, you create a total system again from the land, with the crop, with the seed, and with the practices, which actually creates a total system in itself.
Amazing, Kees. Let's look at that film now.
Nutris extracting protein from fava was interesting to us because we had already started working on fava because we had developed an oat variety that was high protein that we were using in Africa. So we came here and we were talking to Nutris about partnering with them to advance what they're seeing in their fields, because they had heat problems with the crops. Beans don't do well in high temperatures. And so in that case, we had been working on that for Africa, so we felt like it was a really good fit. And not only that, we were also working on elevating the protein content. So we came in and started working with our farmers this past year, where we actually took the genetics we've been working on and more of this global-based genetics to say, how does that compare to the current genetics you're working on right now? So we did five farms last year. We did research plots with their team, and we were looking at how does our average and our genetics compare to the genetics that currently exists in Croatia. And what we found was over doubling of the yield and almost 14 to 15% greater protein content with that higher yield. And I think one of the things that really stuck out to me that was really powerful is when we were on one of the farms with the Nutris employee, a gentleman named Ivan and his family's farm. We'd spent all day planting the trial, putting it in. And I remember at the end of that day, he grabs me and he said, please tell me this is going to work. And it started to dawn on me at that moment that this was more than just a commercial exercise with them and with Nutris. This was livelihood for him. And so the exciting part of that story is it worked. And so we were able to double the yields, like I said, and 15 to 20% higher protein, which that is a life changer for him. And so I think that's the excitement part for me in looking at this work with Nutris is it's not just about creating protein isolates that are better and cleaner for people that have less allergens, but it's also about improving just the livelihoods of small town and small shareholder farmers throughout.
It's incredible, again, what we're hearing today, but how significant, Emily, are these practices?
Thanks, Jeremy. I mean, this makes me so excited because this is a glimpse of what the system could look like, where it's regenerative instead of depleting, where it contributes to the planetary boundaries, to making this place a safe place for us as people, and working with farmers, with soil biologists, with seed scientists, and this collaboration, because if you want systems change, you need people that know what they're doing really deeply, and each of these individuals know what they're doing. And this collaboration between them, that's just where magic happens, right? Where we can create this change of an entire system. And I also really appreciate the farmer-centric approach, because without the farmers, we're not going to change the way we produce food. So we need to have them on board, and creating this win-win situation where they actually have more yield from less land use. That's fantastic, right? And just having this exemplifying how systems can change, it's just amazing to see. And it's that exemplification of systems change, I think, that makes this really significant.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of conversations, the three of us, and what is really wonderful is the passion here, isn't it? I mean, the passion at Summa, and also the three wonderful films that we've seen. I mean, that's what's exciting. I mean, it really means a lot to you, doesn't it, to be able to support these organisations, make investments that's going to help the manifestation of a more peaceful and sustainable world. I can see it in you. It's wonderful. And you, Case.
And so, if we think about the total system change, so we've talked about, all the way upstream, and that is a system in itself which needs to change. The next step, actually, when you go from farm to fork, is when you think about, unique, innovative product development. And so, that is, again, a system in itself. So let's hear from the CEO of Nutris, Swannemir, what that actually is all about.
Nutris is combining innovation and agriculture. So when we started here in Croatia, there was no fava bean production. We started with the 2 farmers, with the fava bean as a very powerful crop, more underutilized crop in my opinion. And today we grow to more than 500 farmers. At the same time, we built world's first and largest fava bean dedicated facility. And we are producing one of the cleanest protein on the market. So I believe that when we are combining science with the farmers and with the business and developing the products that really differentiate, we are able to make a positive change. The food system is complex, and there is no one solution that fits all. In one side of the world, you have a huge surplus of food and tremendous food waste, more than 30%. On the other side of the world, you have a malnutrition where people are eating less nutrient-dense food. And this is a complex system. But what we are creating the right platform. And this is just the beginning. This platform can expand and can be replicated. And then in the future, we can bring back the balance in the system by combining the natural resources that we have and not creating a lot of pressure on the Earth system, which we are doing today. So it is improving every step of the system, healing it, evolving it, and make sure that everyone has that proper meal that they deserve.
Case, amazing to hear. So I want to ask you, because you know a lot about business. You've brought a lot of things to the market, especially around food. So all of this innovation, how do you bring it to the market?
Yeah, this is an important part. Just if we think back, the farmers had already talked about whether that is in fava bean or yellow peas or many of these plant-based pulses. The farmers always talked about, this is green gold. Because it takes the nutrients out of the air and puts it into the soil, and it was always fantastic. But nothing happened. And the reason why nothing happened is that actually we need to start from the consumer. There's always the consumer first, and the consumer need all the way back into the total system. And what we see at the moment actually is that consumer awareness around protein is something, very, very clear. Whether that's, in the GLP-1 and the necessity to be able to have protein, or actually the general awareness of, how you need to have a balanced diet, including, the right quality of protein. And when you think about, the protein market, that means is that consumer actually needs and the consumer demand is very vast, whether that's in the bakery segment or whether that's in protein bars or protein ready to drink or protein pastas or alternative plant-based dairy or alternative plant-based meat. And so you see that all these categories where unique protein is needed is absolutely vital. And that is how we actually link, the product to the market fit. And that is, how we're not only getting it all the way from farm to fork, but most importantly, the consumer is really first. And so I'm super excited to have Matthew here. And so Matthew Green is the head of R&D of one of the customers of Nutris, which is AB Mauri. And so Matthew, thank you for joining. Can you talk a little bit what it is? What you see from your R&D, point of view, and especially as a customer to bring, with this unique ingredient, what that means for your business and how you bring that to market.
Of course. AB Mauri and Nutris have a growing partnership, which is going to be focused on the UK and Ireland bakery market. I must say, AB Mauri are a bakery ingredients company, but also providing bakery ingredients and food ingredients, technical solutions into that market. And by leveraging the know-how and expertise of Nutris and our application and food science knowledge, we're hoping that we can actually execute these ingredients into that market. For example, and you alluded to it, Case, on high protein, we've done quite a lot of development work that's going really, really well on high protein breads. We're looking at high fibre products, so about bridging the UK fibre gap that we're working on. On the sustainability side of things, we're looking at, we're very interested in the alternative protein space, which is about reducing animal proteins, and obviously in baked goods and food, egg and milk is kind of an issue, so we don't want to take it out, but we want to reduce it a bit, and Fava's got a part to play in that. And leveraging the know-how and expertise of both of these things, we see that Fava as an ingredient has the opportunity to really help and make a more sustainable and healthy future food system.
Incredible. Good luck with all of that
We're trying our
amazing work.
best.
I mean, well, you clearly
It is a lot of work.
Yeah, it's a lot of work, but you're doing a lot of good. And this
Yeah,
is
of course.
really exciting. I mean, this is evolution, isn't it? This is major development.
It's yes, it is. It is really important. That's no doubt about it. It's in the bakery industry. It's about, there are some challenges, making fava which we're fully on board with, to be honest, making fava a mainstream ingredient in the UK market is really, really important to us, and we're driving a number of areas in that space.
Yeah, must be good getting up every day, mate, for that.
Oh, 25 years, so yes.
Well done. Congratulations. Well, we wish you the best with all that.
Thank you.
Emily, like, where's the big change going to happen? What space is it? What's going to happen? What's the future look like?
Yeah, I think what we have seen today, really starting from the farmer and all the way to the consumer, is going to be the big thing within the food systems change. And I think we've shown through this example that it can be done, and it must be done, right? Because we just need to push the planetary boundaries into a safe operating space for us as humans. But I don't think there is one silver bullet. You know, there are multiple things that need to happen in many areas. And at Summa, we've invested in Nutris. That is one piece of the puzzle. We've invested in other companies that reduce food waste, promote more sustainable aquaculture, etc. So we need to address it among multiple areas. But as an investor, I think this can serve as an inspiration also to show how capital, if it's put and connected to what's going on in systems in the real world, because sometimes investors are very focused on financial systems, I think the power of capital can really unleash this big food transformation that we've seen an example of today across the entire value chain. And I think that can really change things.
Yeah, business is a force for good, clearly. Case, share the meal. Why is it so important? I mean, look, I know you were so encouraging to me, to Peace One Day, to evolve this wonderful relationship with the WFP, for us to support them in the best way that we could with the incredible work that they do, given they've won the Nobel Peace Prize. You know, I mean, extraordinary. Share the meal. Why is share the meal so important?
Look, share the meal is it starts with the inequality part of the world, and if we look at and ladder it up, climate change and inequality are obviously the real challenges which we have around the world, and to be able to start with Maslow's hierarchy and get safe and food for all is obviously very, very critical, and that in 2025. We still have 800 million people who go to bed hungry. We should all be ashamed of that. And, 1/3 of all the food has been thrown away. And, we all know the statistics. But, on a human level, this is just very painful. And so, therefore, thank you for your leadership. And obviously, the World Food Programme of what it's doing. So when we think about, how do we accelerate all this and how do we truly, create this system change? My biggest fear is that the legacy systems are just so potently strong in terms of, the incentives and, how, change is so difficult. And therefore, I talk about, the hope around the big C's, which needs to help to change that. And it starts with courageous leadership, because that is obviously what it needs. And we need more courageous leaders who step it up and do the right thing, to do the difficult right instead of the easy wrong. The second part of all this is to put, the real cost in the system. We need to give the planet a voice, and we need to make sure is that the true costs are really getting, into the system. And we know is that, when that happens, we also catapult the next C, and that is really about conscious consumers. And when we get together this courageous leadership with true cost in the system and with the real end game is around conscious consumer. And I am sure is that, what we do at Summa Equity is to support that with what we call real conscious capital. And that is, to make sure is that business truly is a force for good.
It's absolutely amazing, Case. Thank you so much, and for enabling Peace One Day to have this conversation. And I think courage, that word is like so important right now, isn't it?
Absolutely.
As we look at the challenges that we're facing around our air, our land, our sea, and with each other in our communities and between countries. Courage, absolutely. Thank you, Case, for everything that you've done for Peace One Day. We wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for you. Thank you for supporting and enabling this global conversation to take place. And now we're going to go to a Peace One Day PSA.
This World Food Day, Peace One Day and our incredible partners, Weston, Summa Equity, Unilever, Agrifirm and Bloom, are taking action with the World Food Programme's ShareTheMeal, launching an initiative to purchase 1 million meals, because peace begins with sharing, one meal at a time. Tell your friends about this broadcast, share the link, spread the message, because every single view helps. When you see the QR code at the end of this video, grab your phone, scan it and download the ShareTheMeal app. With your help and with less than £1, you can donate one meal to someone who needs it most. Join the conversation by using hashtag World Food Day and hashtag ShareTheMeal, and help us spread these important messages even further. You can also subscribe to the Peace One Day YouTube channel to watch today's broadcast and 26 years of inspiring content. And to learn more about the campaign, visit peaceoneday.org. So get your phones ready, the QR code is coming up now.
David, welcome to hashtag World Food Day.
Thank you so much for having me on today.
Fantastic. David, can I ask you, tell me a little bit about your journey to where you are today?
Yeah, so I was born in Oklahoma, grew up there most of my life in a small town. Growing up in Oklahoma, food was really, important and central to kind of everything that we did. And growing up in that small town, it was great because everything was fresh. We had gardens, that we tended, and that was where most of our produce came from. We had friends that had ranches, and so we were able to get fresh meat and things like that. So very different, I think, than today, where I ask kids, where does food come from, and the answer is the grocery store, right? It's like, well, that's not really where it comes from. That's just an intermediate step.
Okay, so you've become a renowned chef and highly successful. Tell me about that transition and what's important to you about the way you're creating and producing food for people to consume.
Yeah, so my restaurant is called Ishtia, which in Choctaw means to begin. And when people dine with us, we give them a kind of a cultural history lesson around the different products and the different recipes and where they came from. And my goal is trying to educate people on really understanding food in a much deeper and hopefully more passionate way.
So talk that through for us. I mean, anybody who's just heard you say that is now intrigued. I mean, talk to us about the experience. What are we going to learn? What's it going to be like in your restaurant?
Yeah, so we do one seating a night. It's a tasting menu. It's 18 courses, which sounds like a lot, but everybody makes it through. And the reason for that is I want to be able to actually tell a story with food rather than people come in and just order either things that they're familiar with or things they think they might like. This is a way to actually tell an entire story through food and talk about the struggles that the Choctaws and other Native Americans have had. One of the things that really I think is a shame in America. There's only about a dozen Native American restaurants in the whole country. And, we were the people that were here originally, and yet there's very few Native restaurants. There's plenty of other cultures, Italian, Mexican, you name it. They're on almost every corner. But when it comes to indigenous peoples and indigenous food, there's very few. And most people just don't understand what it is. But the really interesting part is ingredients from the New World, so North and South America, make up 60% of the world's cuisine. So if you think about Italian food and you took away tomatoes, onions, peppers, garlic, which all came from, the Americas, what would you be left with, right? And so I think part of my goal is to educate people on those ingredients and on those kind of native recipes and the foundation for where, those flavors came from, at the same time giving them a bit of a history on native culture and on native recipes that a lot of times people are like, well, I don't know if I'm going to like it or not, and I'll say, well, if you like Mexican food, if you like Italian food, you can kind of go down the list. You're going to really like it because what you're going to find are flavors and ingredients that you can relate to.
Amazing. I can't wait to come to your restaurant one day, I hope. But
I hope so.
Me too. But let's talk now about, you have incredible knowledge about food, where it comes from, history. I mean, people are going to be fascinated by listening to you, and I'm sure will be, obviously like me, wanting to come and have that experience with you. But tell me, what's worrying you most? I mean, in relation to food and our future and its role in relation to supporting a more peaceful and sustainable world, what's keeping you awake at night?
Yeah, so I think there's we have a real issue with climate change and biodiversity. The thing that I see is that lots of heritage grains and plants are disappearing. We're not doing a good job of taking care of our soil. We're not doing a good job taking care of our waterways. And that's impacting everything. And the world's become way too processed and too much processed foods and fast food and all that's really, I think, ruining a lot of our society. And most native cultures are working to protect that. So the Choctaws for sure are working on bringing back heritage grains and corn. Beans, corn, and squash, the three sisters, are kind of central to most Native American cultures. And that's something that I'm particularly interested in.
Fantastic. At the moment, we're living in a time where our climate, our air, our land, our sea is being massively affected by change. The violence that's increasing within our communities, our schools, our places of work, areas around the world, between countries. I mean, more wars raging this year than ever before since the Second World War. It's affecting our economy. It's affecting ordinary people's ability to go out and have fun and purchase things. I mean, when the situation's like that, how do we still make an impact? Are there things that we can do in our life when we're struggling as much as we are to make a difference through food?
Yes, I think so. I think, and I couldn't agree with you more. The world has become quite a scary place, from when I grew up, which was, a number of years ago. But, I think I think social media has had a big impact, good and bad, maybe more bad than good. People don't, I think, take time both to think about what they say and what they do, but also we've, I think, lost the family, sit down dinner. When I grew up, we always ate together, at the kitchen table, and now it's like, what kind of fast food can we pick up and off to the next thing. The world's become a much more hurried place, and I don't think that's helped. And I think we don't appreciate food like I think we used to. And I think all of that has led to violence. I know, the climate and lack of respect for, like you said, air, water, soil, is really making a difference. And maybe that's maybe that's the heart of some of it is people just don't care anymore and they're willing to trash things. They trash people's ideas, they trash people's presence, and maybe that's leading to trashing our environment. I don't know, but I know it's definitely not like it was when I grew up. And, hopefully what we can do with our restaurant is educate people on how to be more peaceful, how to be more coexistent and understand how food really does impact their lives and the lives of their friends, their family, their children. And just spend a little bit more time. One of the things that we do in the restaurant, like I said, I've crafted a menu that's 18 courses so that we can tell a story. We can tell a full story. And it's not just, kind of course after course without a meaning behind it. There's a cadence to it, and we're able to, really explain, why is the Three Sisters important? And what's the significance behind it? We buy most of our ingredients that we don't grow ourselves from indigenous producers. So we buy our beans and our corn from the Pima Reservation in Arizona. We get our rice from up in Minnesota from the Lakotas. So we're focused on trying to help raise both kind of our you know, uh, restaurant and help people understand the significance of the food, but also support all the other indigenous producers that are out there that are also, struggling because, like I said, there's very few native restaurants in America, even though we were the first people here. So.
David, it's incredible. Honestly, I've never known of a restaurant that does what you're doing, and it's wonderful to think that you're bringing people out for dinner, but it's a whole process and a history and it's about peace and it's about sustainability. I mean, really incredible, David. Really, congratulations for what your whole mission and your values. What a wonderful thing. I want to ask you, okay, so for people at home, when you're at home and you're thinking about the world and the changes that you'd like to see, what can ordinary people, and I class myself as an ordinary person, what can people like me do? What can we do? How can we help around food?
I think a couple of things. One, don't support as many fast food places. Look to buy organic, whole foods. Stay away from processed things. It will make you healthier, number one, but it also helps support those people that are producing it. Many of the organic products that you can find in grocery stores come from smaller producers, smaller farms and things like that. And learn about the ingredients that you're buying and ingesting, right? So there are 3,000 different varieties of potatoes, right? And some of them are still raised by small farmers. Many of them come from commercial farmers, but every one of them is different. They have different flavors, different textures. Some are better fried, some are better, boiled and mashed. Look to understand the diversity of the food that we have, and try and understand where they come from and who's growing them. I think we've managed to make food, at least in America, somewhat faceless. And I think that's a shame. When I grew up, I knew basically the farmers that were supplying food, to the store, and you could actually find farm stands where you could go up and buy the fresh fruits and vegetables and things, right from the farmer. And a lot of that has disappeared, and it's just a shame. But I think doing that goes a long way to turning the tide. Native Americans have suffered tremendously from disease, famine, other things, and still do to this day. partly because, like Choctaws, were originally in Alabama, Missouri, a little bit of Louisiana, and through the Trail of Tears got moved to Oklahoma. So their foodways got completely changed. And one of the things the government did was they gave them rations of processed sugar, flour, and lard. And from that, came fry bread, which in America, one of the things I'm trying to do is re-educate people that native food is not Indian tacos and fry bread. That, is a product of government rations. It's not what they ate, and it led to diabetes, heart disease, all kinds of things that still plague all of society today, and it has to do with processing the foods and things like that. The Choctaws and really all the indigenous people are really focused on kind of biodiversity, make sure the soil is healthy, make sure that the water is clean and healthy. And if you can do that, you're going to grow much better produce and products. You'll have stronger, healthier cattle. It all goes together, and it's things that I think we're just not doing a good job of educating people on. And that's kind of what we try and do at the restaurant. I mean, we have catch basins for all of our rainwater, and we use that to irrigate our gardens. Sustainability, I think, should be more than just a catchword, but unfortunately, I think in today's society, in a lot of places, it just is. And so our goal is try and make a meaningful change, talk to all of our diners that come in about it so that they have a better idea. And one of the things when they come to the restaurant, they actually walk through the gardens in the front of the building. So they see the flowers and the herbs and the vegetables and things growing. They see how we're catching the rainwater. And we can talk to them about that throughout the whole dinner. And then it's something that becomes meaningful because they actually see it and they hear it and they taste it. And I think if you can connect all of those together, it makes for an experience that when they leave, they don't forget.
David, absolutely incredible. Okay, so if people want to find out more about you before you go, how can we do that?
Yeah, so please come visit us here in Kemah, Texas. It's a small town, but we're not far from Houston. You can come to our restaurant, Ishtia. You can find us on Instagram and Facebook at ishtia.com, or our website's ishtia.com. It's ISHTIA. My other restaurant is called Eculent, ECULENT. It's our modern gastronomy restaurant. And I'm getting ready to publish a book. So for 30 years, I've traveled the world and eaten in some of the most fantastic and interesting places. And I've got a new kind of culinary memoir that'll be coming out towards the end of this year. You can find me on Destination Eater on Instagram with that.
David, the very best of luck with your incredible work. Take care and thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Everything from the houses, even the beds. People here, they came back, they started coming back to them houses, but unfortunately they don't have anything inside, and even they don't have job because of the war. So we started supplying them with the food.
Sasha, welcome to #World Food Day.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Sasha, I want to ask you first, could you tell us about yourself and your journey to this point?
Well, I care passionately about stopping good food from going to waste. And that's really a reflection of the values I was raised with as a child. I grew up in a household as the oldest of 6 kids, actually 9 in the end because I had 3 adopted sisters, and we just did not have enough money. It was my job to help my mom figure out how to feed us all, and that was a full-time side hustle. So when I see good food going to waste, it really just grates me, no pun intended, every which way. So that's really my driver.
Okay. And could you tell us a little bit about, what's worrying you in relation to what's happening in our world? I mean, obviously food waste is one of them, but talk to me more about that.
Oh God, I mean, food waste is, in my mind, one of the just the most senseless problems because it is solvable. 40% of the food that's produced globally is never even eaten, and it's a huge waste of resources on the land, the labor, just every which way you look at it. And meanwhile, we've got 800 million people who go to bed hungry every day. Here in the UK, 12 million, 4 million children. And so we've got this sort of excess, which is grotesque in so many ways, this environmental catastrophe. And then we have this need. And with technology, we should be able to make that work because we're not talking about banana skins and eggshells. We're talking about good, edible food that can feed people. All we need to do is turn our attention to solving that problem, and it's solvable. And the fact that it's solvable, and we haven't solved it yet, is what keeps me up at night.
Okay. So that's keeping you up at night, as you talked about from your childhood.
Yeah.
The solution? I mean, talk to us about Olio. How did all of that originate?
So Olio is on a mission to end food waste by connecting people to share surplus food, literally 1 carrot or cupcake or however you want to define it at a time. We started out to solve the problem of household food waste because, at least in the Western world, the vast majority of good food that goes to waste is food that we neglect to eat in our own homes. And, we order a takeout or we just overbuy, and then we end up waiting till our food's not actually edible and then sort of throwing it away a bit discreetly, hoping no one pays any attention. And meanwhile, our neighbor could have easily used that extra food. So we set out to do that by, sort of 2015, sharing economy was at its peak. If you could share your house, share a car, why not share your surplus food? Since then, we've expanded the program to, and I should say that we have just under 10 million people all around the world, and together they've shared 130 million meals over the last 10 years. So we have made significant progress.
130 million meals?
130 million meals. We're doing about 4 million meals a month, and so, a lot of that impact has been recognized in the last 12 months. So every month on the platform, over £5 million of free food is given away and picked up by neighbors who are connected through our app. A lot of that food is donated by our partners, Tesco, Sainsbury's, Waitrose, Asda, Amazon, Fresh, whoever. We work with most of the major retailers and contract caterers here in the UK. And we have an army of food safety trained volunteers who go and pick up that food literally while it's still edible, but right before it's about to be thrown away. And they take the food home and then they just quickly add it to the app and it alerts their neighbors that food's available. And then a neighbor comes around and picks it up and you hand over a little food parcel or food bundle. And so that to me is like a really satisfying, efficient way of solving the problem I was describing earlier, which is you've got this just insane amount of surplus food, which is the supply. You've got this, millions of people who either want or need, who doesn't like free food, who are willing to eat that food, and we can use technology, a marketplace, to match them so nothing goes to waste.
What else are you seeing out there? We've talked about what's driving you, and that's the issue of waste.
Well, it's the issue of waste and also just the outsized impact it has on the environment. So, food waste specifically accounts for 10% of global carbon emissions or greenhouse gases, which is just, a really outsized impact on the environment. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Project Drawdown. It's like this leading coalition of hundreds of global climate scientists, and each year they stack rank all of the different solutions that we could pursue sort of as collectively as humanity, and food waste consistently comes up as number 1 or number 2 in terms of the most impactful thing that we could solve in the near term to help mitigate the effects of mitigate the climate crisis. So it's also very powerful, which is why I get so impatient, because not only is it addressing a real need, it's something that we could do quite quickly if we turned our attention to it.
Yeah. I think at the moment there's about 2.8 million people streaming and being watching today, and that number's growing. Yeah, that number's pretty is growing quickly.
Yeah.
So I just want to ask you about what can we do at home? I mean, what do you think the most important message is for you to get across to people out there in the world?
People think that wasting food doesn't matter. They think it sort of organically disappears into some kind of natural process. But a good stat that came out a few years ago, I think as part of COP, can't remember which one, is that if you send 1 kilo of food waste to landfill, it's the carbon emission equivalent of sending 25,000 plastic water bottles. So when you're thinking about how you individually, what choices you make, what you eat, what you waste, what you consume with regard to food, it's an opportunity to have like really high impact in terms of your personal carbon footprint. So if there's a croissant left over at breakfast, put it in the freezer, put it in your kid's lunchbox. If you're looking in your fridge and you know you're not going to eat something in time, you're having an honest conversation with yourself. You're doing the mental maths and thinking, it's Friday, I'm not going to make that wholesome stir fry I planned on Sunday when I did my shop. Take 10 seconds, take a photo, upload it, because I guarantee you, someone nearby, that's a real treat, and they'd be really happy to have it. You just need to make that food available to someone. So I guess my action would be to take personal responsibility for your food consumption and food waste footprint, because it really does make a difference.
Yeah. Talk to us a little bit more about Olio. How do we become involved? How simple is it? Talk us through it.
Thank you for asking. It's very simple. Anyone can download it anywhere. We've seen sharing take place in 64 countries successfully. So we've got pockets of communities all around the world who are using the app to share surplus food and household items with each other. You can use it to give away or share just about anything. And yeah, so download the app, sign up. It's free. And you can always volunteer. If you volunteer, you get to keep 10% of the food that you rescue. So if you're on a food budget, or maybe you've got a neighbor that's could use some additional support, like spread the word, let people know. There's more than enough food to feed absolutely everyone. No one should go without. It's just a matter of raising awareness and making sure that people take that step to not let good food go to waste.
Sasha, I mean, in terms of like films and books, we've got just a couple of minutes left, but I mean, in terms of like resources that are out there, if somebody really wants to learn more about what you're talking about, what would you recommend they do?
Goodness, that's a good question. I mean, on our website, which is oleoapp.com, we have like an absolute huge resource library of facts, fact sheets, sort of toolkits you could use in different capacities, whether you work at a local authority or you work at a school. We've tried to make it as effortless as possible for different stakeholders to educate themselves, link out to the actual underlying sources so that you get the facts and the information, but also then to spread the word, whether it's in a way that suits that audience. So I do think that it's a massive awareness issue. And I think a lot of people tend to blame the supermarkets or think that it's restaurant plate waste and that that's the vast majority of food waste. And there's this real disconnect between how can the 2 or 3 bananas that I didn't eat in my fruit bowl and the ends of the toast I threw away, how can that add up to the vast majority of the problem? So so I guess I would say head to our website where you can find just about everything. And also, my co-founder and I do loads of podcasts, and we've talked about this endlessly, and hopefully we can help make the information accessible.
And the name of
interested.
And the name of the podcast?
Oh gosh, I don't know. I mean, I've done so many podcasts. It's almost embarrassing.
All right. But we can find lots of information on your website,
Yes.
and we'll do that. And we really wish you the very best with Olio. It's incredible what you're doing and
Thank
the difference
you.
that it's making. I mean, that's massive impact.
Thank
so
you.
congratulations. And thank you for participating in #World Food Day.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Sasha. Okay, next up, we're going to hear a little film from World Food Programme. Matt, welcome to #World Food Day.
Thanks for having me.
Matt, the first question I want to ask you is, could you tell me about yourself and your journey to getting to this point now?
Yes. It's kind of an interesting story. So I started as a dishwasher, washing dishes in the middle of America in a state called Kansas, I had to get a job because I had a hard time paying for school, and education's not very accessible in America. So I picked up a job washing dishes, and then I picked up another job as a line cook, and kind of realized it was my only, pathway. Like school isn't going to work if I was working two jobs. So I needed to really figure something out that made sense for me. My chef at the time, Robert Krause, told me that like if I wanted to do something impactful or I really wanted to be a chef, I couldn't be in the middle of nowhere, Kansas. I had to move out to Chicago. So into Chicago, like kind of the classic cook story, banged on the back doors of restaurants, like no experience, just, will you hire me? Will you hire me? And eventually I got my first job, and it was, it was really tough. I cooked family meal at a hotel, but I learned the basics. I learned kind of everything about, how to blanch, how to make a vinaigrette, like all those very, very simple things I learned on the job. About a year or so into that, the recession hit in America, 2008, and the restaurant ended up closing. I didn't really know what to do. It was tough. I couldn't really find any gig. I applied everywhere. I couldn't find any gig at all. I applied at like Starbucks. I applied at the airport. I applied anywhere that I just needed money. So I decided to move to where my mom lives in Wisconsin. Got a job at like a steakhouse, Capital Grill. Really loved it. But I knew I didn't want to be in Wisconsin. So I saved up all my money, and with a little help from my dad, I moved to the south of France, and just same thing, started to learn how to cook, apprenticing, really trying to learn more about the craft. Ended up in Lyon for about a year working in Michelin star restaurants. That was like my first Michelin star gig. Really, that was kind of like my main point. And what I always kind of thought like if I was going to do this, I wanted to be like the best at it. But what I really loved about it was, with restaurants, you always kind of have a sense of community, a sense of belonging. Like you can go anywhere and work in a restaurant. And it was also the first time I saw a restaurant waste basically nothing. Pierre Orsi was the chef, and like he'd look in your trash can in the middle of service, and if you were throwing away too much stuff, you'd get reamed out. So we threw away like literally almost nothing in this restaurant. After that, I made my way up to Copenhagen to work at Noma for a couple of months. And, when that visa expired, I went back to the States.
What an amazing story. Okay, so you've now become a very successful chef. And so when did the transition happen? What were you concerned about that led to the next phase that we'd love you to tell us about?
Yeah. So, after about, I don't know, maybe about like a year or so in New York or in Chicago, I went back to Chicago. I was really upset with the culture of the industry. Like I worked at this 3 Michelin star restaurant for a little bit, and like people were like horrible to each other. The waste was out of control. The wages were really low. Like it was really like, I was kind of like, it's kind of jarring when you come back to your area of the world and you're not really happy with the way that you do things, like you kind of feel like this is your town, you gotta do something about it. So I moved to New York because really good friend of mine convinced me to help him start a nonprofit. And it was fine. It was like my first entryway into the nonprofit space. And I bar backed at night, and then I worked on this during the day. But my challenge with it was, being specific about what we were doing and what we were trying to execute. It really kind of bothered me that we didn't have like clear metrics, clear KPIs, clear goals. Like this is what we're doing today. This is what we're trying to get done this week. And that's really how I operate, and that's really how I think. So it was kind of the combination of those two things, right? So I got a job at 11 Madison Park, and while I was trying to figure it out, and I was like, what bothered me was like, okay, like this is our culture. We're known as these like wasteful, mean, screaming, throwing saute pans at people chefs. And the nonprofit industry seems, at least the small portion I was a part just didn't have really tight direction. So I was like, what is the thing that you need to do? What's the most important thing that you need to do? And at that point, it was just, let's make meals out of the leftover food. And that's kind of how the idea started. But it's always been rooted in practicality. Like Rethink's very practical. Like we do this very specific, clear thing, and that's what we do. And like we do it at a very big scale, and that's that.
Matt, can you just talk to me a little bit more about Rethink Food? I mean, could you talk to us so we fully understand the mission, some of the things that you're actually doing, how it really works? Fill us in so we really understand what's going on.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. Like Rethink Food does two things. One, we collect excess food, make meals out of it. We distribute them to community centers for free. And the second thing is that we pay restaurants, about $5 a meal to make meals for community centers. That's actually the biggest part of our program. So we fund restaurants at about $5 million a year across every borough. A little more than that, about 7. Across every borough, Miami, Chicago, Bentonville, like around kind of the East Coast area. And our mission is to create a sustainable and equitable food system. The sustainable part being, leveraging excess food, and the equitable part being, being inclusive about the people who can be involved. Like any restaurant can be involved.
Okay, so it's incredible. So the excess food, how does it actually work? And how does that then get distributed to somebody else?
I wish I could use a home analogy, right? Like, like at the end of the week, you have all the stuff in your fridge.
Yep.
Same thing. Imagine if there was just somebody, if you had two options. One, we would give you money to take it all and take 3 hours and prepare it into meals and then drop it off at a community center. Or the other option is we'll just come pick it up and we'll do that for you. Like it's, those are essentially the two ways you get involved. And then for the distribution is we rely on community centers, after school programs, homeless shelters, veteran affairs centers, older adult programs, schools, like all of those programs that need food and spend a lot of money on food. We partner with them.
It's incredible, Matt. It's absolutely amazing. I mean, it's wonderful. How many meals have you given out? I mean, what are the numbers?
We've given out a little over 34 million full, like my plate, like, vegetable starch. We don't do the thing where it's 1.2 pounds of food equal a meal. Like that doesn't make sense to us. We only count full whole meals, and a little over 34 million. And then in the communities that we serve, we've distributed over $140 million at this point.
I mean, it's absolutely incredible. 34 million meals that you've given to people. What an accomplishment. Incredible. Matt, what do you think the major thing is that we really need to understand around food? I mean, if there were a few things that you would love people to know about, what are they?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that, like, people got to stop building stuff. Like it's really unnecessary. Like there's enough infrastructure for the most part. Maybe they're like, not talking agriculture, but in like the food distribution system, like there's enough infrastructure. We just have to leverage the for-profit industry, the restaurants and like the caterers and the food halls and all that stuff, because they're there. Like I see this all the time. I see capital campaigns to like build new kitchens, and we're going to build a giant kitchen in like whatever neighborhood. And it's like, there's 50 kitchens, like they're right there, like we need to leverage the restaurants that are already there.
And what can we do? I mean, at home, ordinary people like myself, right? What impact can we have?
I think about that a lot. Look, I mean, one, the simple stuff like compost, donate money, educate your kids, that kind of stuff is like, that's how we're going to make like huge, systematic change. And the other thing is like, go out to eat, like tip your waiters, like, the restaurant industry, like I told you in the beginning of my story, like if I wouldn't have had the restaurant industry, I don't know where I would have ended up. I don't know how I would have been. Like it is the biggest social safety net, at least in the United States. And actually when I was in Europe, like anybody can get a job. It's great for all this stuff. So go out to eat, support your local businesses, and tip your waiter. I know you guys don't do that, but in America, tip your waiter.
Yeah, I think we call it a service charge. But we hear you, and that's a nice thing to say. How can we support Rethink Food?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the obviously donate. That's always helpful. The money goes directly to make meals. But I would say the main thing is, like follow us on Instagram. Like it's the easiest thing, and the more followers that Rethink gets, the more corporate the more corporate donations we can get, the more bigger donations we can get. So follow us on Instagram. It's super helpful.
Matt, you're absolutely incredible. We wish you the very best on your journey with Rethink Food. 34 million meals. It's amazing. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you, man.
This World Food Day, Peace One Day and our incredible partners, Weston, Summa Equity, Unilever, Agrifirm and Bloom, are taking action with the World Food Programme's ShareTheMeal, launching an initiative to purchase 1 million meals, because peace begins with sharing, one meal at a time. Tell your friends about this broadcast, share the link, spread the message, because every single view helps. When you see the QR code at the end of this video, grab your phone, scan it and download the ShareTheMeal app. With your help and with less than £1, you can donate one meal to someone who needs it most. Join the conversation by using hashtag World Food Day and hashtag ShareTheMeal, and help us spread these important messages even further. You can also subscribe to the Peace One Day YouTube channel to watch today's broadcast and 26 years of inspiring content. And to learn more about the campaign, visit peaceoneday.org. So get your phones ready, the QR code is coming up now.
Giuseppe, welcome to hashtag World Food Day.
Thank you for having me. Great to be here.
Great. I want to ask you first, could you tell me a little bit about yourself and your journey to this point?
Well, before doing that, I want to thank you for organizing this. It's really amazing, and also making the link from Peace One Day to Food Day. That is really impressive and important.
Well, thank you. And before you start then, let me compliment you back, because if it wasn't for Bloom and yourself, you've been an enabler and a sponsor of this global conversation. So we at Peace One Day thank you, Bloom, for supporting us.
Well, so about myself, I'm Italian, but I was raised in the Netherlands, so kind of on the lucky side of the food system, if you can say it like that. And when you grow up in Holland, you go to the supermarket, and everything that is for sale in food is kind of a chicken in a package, or the tomatoes in plastic with sauces ready to be eaten. It's very much a food system that really doesn't make you think about where does it all come from, right? And I grew up in that system, taking all of these things for granted. But when I got children and I started also reading a lot about the sustainability effects, the environmental effects and the need for a sustainable system, I realized that there's a lot of things that are broken in the food system. As an entrepreneur, I'm in technology, and so we're also here today to actually work together with people from the food system to enable technology and change the food system. And technology nowadays with AI and satellite and other measurement instruments can do a lot for that. But when I got into that rabbit hole, I realized that there's many things that are wrong with the current food system, and they need to be improved. We currently see a system where basically we have a mass production food system with a lot of monocultures, and that's killing biodiversity. And biodiversity not only above the ground, which a lot of people read about and hear about, but also below the ground. What is important to know that the below ground is actually a living system. It's full of animals, little creatures, microbes, fungi that are very important to make that a healthy system. And the current agriculture system has actually killed this system. So we're in a vicious circle where we create seeds that are resistant to herbicides, and then they become immune to those herbicides, and then we need more herbicides and more pesticides, and you kind of get into this loop that is really depletive and very bad for the soil, but also very bad for the people that eat from the crop that comes out of the soil. Because the microbes that you kill by doing that system are also the microbes that we need in our gut. And we've lost biodiversity therefore not only above the soil, in the soil, but also we've lost a lot of biodiversity in our actually digestive system. If you think of that, it's actually crazy that we've built this system. And we called it the Green Revolution, right, in the 50s. But it's really not that green. I mean, it did a lot of good things, to be fair. I mean, it brought food to billions of people and lifted people out of poverty, but it also depleted the system, and so now it's really time to change that.
Yeah. Talk to me a little bit about the gut, because you hear this all the time. You said an interesting phrase to me once on the telephone about the gut being like a brain. Could you just talk to me a little bit about that?
I mean, yeah, the gut-brain connection is an incredible new research area, and the gut actually works a little bit like the brain. It has similar functionalities in terms of neurons, and people don't really realize, but the brain is not really only here in your head. But the important thing of feeding this system and the gut is really the microbes. And if you eat food that is constantly without nutrients, you don't get bacteria in your gut, then your immune system gets affected. And so what we see in the last 10, 15 years, probably even more, but the research really focuses on the last years, is an incredible increase in autoimmune diseases. And we're now starting to see that that's actually linked to the lack of biodiversity in the microbiome in our gut, and therefore back to the soil. So it's really, you could call it a One Health principle, where people, the soil, the animals, and of course the vegetation is all interlinked and connected.
Yeah. I mean, it's just such an honour to produce all of this work. I mean, you know that we do a lot of experiences throughout the entire year on different fundamentally important issues that relate to our survival. But I can't tell you how incredible it is to listen to people like yourselves around this issue of food, to learn so much, because it's amazing what's going on. I think there's a lot of hope. I mean, look, there's a lot of things that need to change. I get that. But there's some really interesting work going on. Talk to me a little bit about Bloom's work.
Yeah, so, as I said, I come from technology, although from my mother's side we are farmers, but as I said, I grew up in this very kind of, spoiled environment and urban environment actually. But technology is actually an enabler nowadays, right? Because we combine different technologies to really be able to understand the complexity of this biology and this whole system that I just described. So for example, satellite imagery is coming more and more available. It's actually open source. Key person to that was Al Gore, and you remember the documentary Inconvenient Truth. So that was a very important.
And he won the Nobel Peace Prize.
And he won the Nobel Peace Prize. So that's again the link between food and peace. But satellite imagery is becoming available and is very important because you can monitor from above what happens with reflectance and all kind of technologies to track what is going on. The measurement technologies in the soils are becoming more and more available and sophisticated. But the most important one, I would say, is artificial intelligence, because this is where you can get what we call ground truth data. So gathering data from the soil, from the crop, all this very complex biology that is hard to predict with, let's say, traditional modeling. You can now feed that into an AI system, and like they do for the language models that we now so much use, the ChatGPTs and so on, you can also do that for biological systems and train to understand, or actually to start creating patterns and forecast what will happen with growth or with a disease risk, or with potentially nutrition that needs to be added and so on. So that's a very important part of the technologies we use to monitor.
So if Bloom had a mission statement, what would it be?
Well, it really would be to help make that transition possible in the mass food market. And what we see today, if you look at biology, bringing back biology into food system, it's already happening, but it's happening in the organic and biological market. I'm sure you've been or maybe you haven't, but I sometimes go into these, bio shops where you have a pack of tomatoes for $10 or £10, extremely expensive. Why is that? Well, the certification for organic is only focused on reduction of chemicals, and that's very important. Don't get me wrong, but it's not enough. And the problem with just focusing on reduction of chemicals is that if you do that and you move from a system, like I said today, very much focused on synthetic inputs and pesticides and fungicides, and you suddenly move to zero synthetics, then you have a yield drop, which means that the food that is produced has to be more expensive. Otherwise, it cannot go through the channels and come to the consumer. So it is good that it happens, but it's just focused for the wealthy 2% of the population that can afford that. So our mission is really to focus on the 98% of the food system that needs to change. And how can we do that? Well, we have to bring technology into the system to measure. And then what we do is make tailored recommendations to farmers and to food companies, like recipes, on how to make this transition happen. And that's the essence, so tailored recipes. And the other thing is, if you want to change a mass market food system, you have to understand that the system is not so easily changeable. I mean, there's processes, there's big companies, there's all kind of relationships. And even if there's goodwill, it's not easy to change such a large system. And a lot of this has to do with financials. Unfortunately, fortunately, it's also fortunately, the system works, but it also needs correction, right? But we think the best way to achieve big impact is to do this within the current system, which means that we want to make that change without increasing the cost to the food companies. So between the farmer and the food companies, we want to shift to biological and nature-based farming without increasing the cost for the company that then processes the food and brings it to the consumer. So that's a second important point. So tailor-made recipes to really understand what microbes, what fungi, what secondary metabolites do we bring into the system to make it come back alive and restore the soil biology and the gut biology, and then ultimately the brain and the sense of well-being.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Well,
I mean, if you talk about all of these things, I mean, it's remarkable because ultimately you have an objective to improve the gut of our planet and the gut of the human. I mean, you must get extremely, fired up to get up every day and do this work.
Absolutely. No, it's super motivating. I can tell you, and again, I have 2 daughters and a beautiful wife, and it is so motivating to do this really for the next generation. And just to realize that growing up in such a system that we took for granted for so many years is really not the way to go forward. And then to try and make a change. And if we are doing only a small piece, then we make huge impact. And so I'm very excited about that.
Yeah. It's not about the view at the top, it's about the climb, isn't it?
It is.
It's about each and every day getting up, just doing the best
Absolutely.
you can.
Yeah. If you don't do something that you're motivated, then better stay in bed.
Yeah. Well, Giuseppe, thank you for supporting Peace One Day to put this broadcast out, and we really wish you the very best.
Thank you
your
very
journey.
much.
Thanks, Giuseppe.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Take care. Okay, and now we're going to go to one of my favorite countries, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and see a wonderful film by the World Food Programme.
Jina langu Muhawelea. Mimi natokea Kiwanja. Mimi maisha ya vita ndio ilikutuma tufike mpaka hapa. Leo nimefika pokea. Mimi napokea bunga, maragi, mafuta na chumvi. Itanisaidia sana. Kupika. Napikia watoto, napika lukondi, tunasonga ugali, mafuta iko, nauza tu makala tunakula. Tumaini ni kurudia kunyumba, amani irudie, turudie kunyumba.
Inospi, welcome to #World Food Day.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. I'm happy to be here, man.
I want to ask you, we spent time in the Democratic Republic of Congo together and time in Goma, your home. The situation in Goma has been really difficult. For those who don't know, could you explain to us a little bit about what it's been like growing up in one of the areas where there's been many deaths and war raging for a very long time? What's that been like for you, and how's it shaped you?
It's been really difficult because, as you say, how did it shape me? It made me be a stronger man. It made me be someone with a bigger determination, because I know I come from a background that is not like things like, if something is hard, but in Goma it's 1,000 times harder, because people have this mentality of knowing that they might not be there tomorrow, because the war situation has been there for so long, for so many years. Myself, I've been born in it, and to this day, I'm 28. There is never a stable situation in terms of security. People are always living in fear. So when you live in fear, everything you do, all your project that you put together, they're also under fear. So you can imagine that mentality that is very limited. But we thank God, the situation shaped all of us to be stronger people, to be more determined. When we know we are doing something, we don't never do it halfway, and yeah, that's basically what it is. Like, we are trying to always stay positive no matter what. Like, for example, right now the situation is that I'm in Kinshasa, but my family is there. But so far as there is still war going on, there's still the rebellion. It's kind of like we are divided from each other. We cannot have that free access to go back home and do some activity back home and come back here to Kinshasa. So we've been like this, like for the past almost 1 year, and it's crazy. It's wild, actually, because all you got to do is communicate with your family just on the phone, on video calls, but you cannot really do activities together, celebrate maybe a birthday party or any party. And it's a very uncomfortable situation so far.
So hence the reason why anything that you can do to support a more peaceful and sustainable world, I know that you're doing it. You're supporting many organizations, the World Food Programme, for example. Tell us about that work with WFP. Why is that so important?
It's so important because, WFP is all about food. And, people, I say this is another thing. Like, everything starts when you are strong, and you are strong when you eat. If you don't eat, you cannot be thinking correctly. You cannot do anything. You have no energy. So to me, growing up, I always knew that food was like the base, like food was where everything started. So this partnership with the WFP has been just reminding me that I need to always be where the people are crying, so I make sure their message is heard. I always make sure this campaign of making sure everyone is not hungry, that's where I need to be, because I owe this to my community. My community has been supporting me for free, for years, and today I am who I am. So I use myself as a platform to make sure important messages are heard. And me being the ambassador of WFP is what I need to be doing my whole life, man. It's really a pleasure. It always feels good when I'm doing these activities.
Well, as you say, no food, no peace, and no peace, no food. I mean, they're inextricably linked. Indeed, in us, why the WFP won the Nobel Peace Prize, right?
Exactly. No food, no peace. No peace, no food.
Yeah.
It's hard to get food when it's bombing everywhere. It's hard.
Inos, thank you. Before we go, Assalamu alaikum. You're going to show us that incredible video that you've made. Tell us about the song.
Thanks for introducing the song. It's really a beautiful vibe, a nice song that I made recently. And Assalamu alaikum, for all our Muslim friends, we say hi. And it as you all know, it means may peace be with you. So it's a song where you see this energy of us dancing and kind of like in the desert, and somewhere we switch places. It's like a movie, man. It's a movie. I did this song recently here, and I'm just happy that it's been going viral for the past days. And yeah, man, it's my way to wish you good energy, good dance from Congo.
Inos B, here we go.
Assalamu alaikum. Inas, Jizo, trop c'est trop, vous êtes rigolo. Je sais pas ce qui vous anime dans vos complots. Apparemment vous aimez beaucoup taper poteau. Ma vibration est trop élevée, n'a pas protégé n'a pas coco. Bosali likita, bombo bomba mwinda, nase ya mesa, goza goze kanarabe. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Mabea mama, mabea baba, bornanga, biloko leta, biloko famille, roi 12-12, fierté du Mali. Ogozalanga nini, ogozalanga nini, ogozalanga nini, ogozalanga nini. Nayenga moko tigre nzoko banga ganyau, nagabeli olivier nzoko zako pa mai. Nyose kwe ina mai, iya yo nyoso mai, bazokola yo na mai, nabwakela yo pe mai. Assalamu alaikum. Grand maître choisi ma tata. Assalamu alaikum. Maman sociale, Fifi Masuka. Assalamu alaikum. Ron Bimwala, Ronaldo. Mabea mama, mabea papa, bornanga, biloko leta, biloko famille, Bossy Bra, Banque Centrale, son excellence Denis Christel. Assalamu alaikum. Sassou, ya Nathalie Bumba. Assalamu alaikum. Jean-Paul Bichweka, Colin iPhone, RDC. Assalamu alaikum. Ridi Lumbele, Tsunami. Passia Moussaka, l'homme fort, Serge Igota, PDG, Marguerite Remarquable, Dania Kabwekwe, Vicky Motwani, Justin Moussanganya, Kevin Issa, prince de Dubaï. Vous n'allez rien comprendre. John Mwanzia, Skyborn. Kevin, nouveau club. Basel, chou, 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 chou.
This World Food Day, Peace One Day and our incredible partners, Weston, Summa Equity, Unilever, Agrifirm and Bloom, are taking action with the World Food Programme's ShareTheMeal, launching an initiative to purchase 1 million meals, because peace begins with sharing, one meal at a time. Tell your friends about this broadcast, share the link, spread the message, because every single view helps. When you see the QR code at the end of this video, grab your phone, scan it and download the ShareTheMeal app. With your help and with less than £1, you can donate one meal to someone who needs it most. Join the conversation by using hashtag World Food Day and hashtag ShareTheMeal, and help us spread these important messages even further. You can also subscribe to the Peace One Day YouTube channel to watch today's broadcast and 26 years of inspiring content. And to learn more about the campaign, visit peaceoneday.org. So get your phones ready, the QR code is coming up now.
Meta, Rasmus, welcome to hashtag World Food Day.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeremy.
The first question I'd like to ask you both is, could you talk about your journeys to this point?
So if we go all the way back, I think for me, food has always been at the center of what I'm excited about, from growing carrots as a child and really kind of having a relationship with food, but then also growing up and traveling the world and seeing and discovering food cultures, and also seeing how central it is to what we talk about and how we meet and how we communicate, and how we find joy. So joy, community, health, that really is one of my passions around food. So I have worked for a number of years in biotechnology, and we're seeing now, as we advance a kind of a crossover of science, biotechnology and food. We're looking for new answers to how to feed a growing population, but doing it within the means and the boundaries of the planet. And with that, I got really excited about the opportunity there is to both honor traditions in food and food cultures and food we love, but then also using these new means and ways of making more out of what we have, and thereby cover more needs and bring more sustainable foods that are joyful and delicious to the world, by actually combining gastronomy and deliciousness, but then also with these new tools and ways of working with food, means of fermentation and other kinds of tools where we get inspired by biology and inspired by what nature does to kind of make more food out of what we have.
Rasmus, what about you? I mean, what's your story up to this point?
I mean, I'm from a quite conservative farmer family in Denmark, in Jutland, farming a lot of pigs, and there was nothing. I've never heard the word organic, I think, in my house. Not cultivated in food. I've only been to restaurants like McDonald's until I was 15 and started as an apprentice as a chef. So food has never been something that was filling in my daily life. It was not something that I was excited about. It was just a nutrition that I needed to get to survive, kind of. So suddenly to become interested in the food world, become a chef, and also be passionate about it and be very ambitious about what I wanted to do was quite a change in my life, very radical, and. I started young as a head chef in different restaurants. I was 22, 21 when I got my first head chef job back in England, and then going to start Alchemist, which, because I was a little bit tired of this restaurants philosophies where it was all of the same. It was kind of the same narrative for many restaurants. You need to have good products and need to be farmed by some everybody you knew. You need to have a ceramist that had a long beard, and then you tapped into that kind of reality, and you created this success. But it was also like it was not my reality. It was a little bit fake in a way. And I did a lot of charity work, and I got more excited about that. Got more happy. Got more positive energy back, and I wanted to see if it was possible to take my medium and craft and use that in that way. And could you create a restaurant that will change the world through food? And that was the ambition for creating Alchemist, and later on also creating Spora, which is now a side project from that platform.
I head up Spora. Rasmus and I started working together on Spora 3 years ago. But then starting with the work that was going on in Alchemist, where they had built collaborations and partnerships with universities and companies, and that would kind of really spot that question, how can gastronomy be part of changing the world outside the restaurant? And then we worked from that and then created the Spora 2 years ago as the answer to that, where we combine the two perspectives, gastronomy and the science and technology perspective, so we can be creative and bring deliciousness, but then think forward also in terms of scalability and acceleration.
Amazing. Well, let's talk about both of those in a moment. But first, I'd like to know what's sort of worrying you most at the moment in relation to food. I mean, the World Food Programme won the Nobel Peace Prize for its work around food. I mean, it's fundamentally important to the manifestation of a more peaceful and sustainable world. So what are the big issues for both of you?
For me, there's a lot of different dilemmas, I think, in the food industry and the food world and the way that we consume food today. I think there's a lot of the things there's end up being education and understanding about what food is and how we nutrition ourselves in a healthy and sustainable way. I think it's a lack of knowledge, and I think it's a big paradox that we live in a world where we're talking about taking the new, like, more sustainable and healthy choices. A new report came out from Denmark that in primary schools here, 6 out of 10 kids can't cook an egg when they go out of primary school. So how should they be capable of taking these good choices that's both sustainable and healthy? So I think there's that part of it which worry me a lot, because you also see statistics saying that we use less time in the kitchen, more time and money on takeaway. So there's the whole aspect on that, cultivating a new generation of taking the right choices and get the understanding of food. There's also like the thing that food can do is like bringing people together, having the conversations, the talk, the more psychology part of a meal. I think we're lacking that as well, and I think they'll have big consequences in the future as well. It's a way place also to create dialogue and talk, and you see in the world today there's maybe a need for standing up and talking and maybe share a meal and come together and listening to other opinions than what the ones you have yourself. And then there's like all of the other things that, like, people say that our food system is broken. I think it's actually working the way that it's designed. There's posted a lot of millions into or billions into industries and farming and cultivating food for a bigger growing population. But there's maybe been things that's not been taken into consideration when those investments has been made, like planetary boundaries, the waste stream, the side streams that you have in the industry. And I think there's a need for taking more political actions in that, saying that it's not okay to have a value chain or have where you have a side stream that actually is a great value in and it can feed a lot of people. But today we don't use it for that. We use it for biogas, we use it for animal feed because that's easier and it's a better business instead of transforming it into something. And I'm worried about that transformation will not happen fast enough. There's too much bureaucracy. There will be too many interested partners in the different industries to try to secure what they have, instead of maybe looking at it as an upside potential there is in these value chains as well.
So many issues that we see in the world today related to the sustainability of the planet or the planetary boundary, but also to peace and relations between humans is related to food. And it's so complex. And I think what we are really focused on as well is in the educational part, bringing it back to both the craft and the community around the meal, and appreciating food and finding joy in food and finding the conversations in food, and then keeping at the core all the time also for the future that food must be delicious. related to not having a relationship with food is also maybe seeing food only as fuel, but not as something that's really bringing joy to your life, and is important in that sense in itself. And I think that's really something we want to support. Also, when we talk about foods of the future and this transition that we need to get on to stay within planetary boundaries, if it's all doom and gloom, it's not really a future we want to, we're longing to be part of. And we really want to help make that transition into a more sustainable overall consumption of food that nourishes everyone, but also helps us stay within the boundaries, to make that future something that we can really look forward to, that can be joyful, delicious, that can also be healthy for your family, and then also be sustainable, so that it's not becoming a situation where you feel torn between what you know and love and then what you're supposed to do, and that you don't see those two connected. So it's really, I think, about bringing the future together in the sense of being joyful, something we love, food-wise, and then also being sustainable and healthy.
Could you tell me, either one of you, what it is you're actually doing right now?
Yeah, so what we try to do is we harness the creativity and innovations that happen in the chef world. So like in a restaurant like Alchemist, there's a lot of like innovations, a lot of creativity happening, but it stays within the kind of same sphere. So it's the same world where people and foodies traveling around and try to taste it and be excited about it. But I think, as you've seen before in this culinary world, that it dropped down to the masses. Like, so it come out in shops and stores around the world, but it takes around 10 years sometimes to do that transformation, and before the industry pick it up. So could we take some of the creativity and innovation that is scalable, but is also sustainable, and could we then pace that faster out to the majority of people? So we focus on harness that innovation and bring it into scale so it can impact millions of people. And I think especially like one of the things we look into is side streams in different value chains in the industry. And we're also looking at food waste. How can we utilize this? Because like we have a dish in the restaurant talking about hunger in the world. Like it's for me a big paradox that we have a world where we're living in where 800 million people is facing that hunger in one way or another, and then we have 1/3 of all food that is produced for human consumption is wasted and discarded. And especially after COVID, I was like, this is crazy. The world can change. They can change behavior, things that you thought was not possible. Stop flying, walk in the same direction. We can agree on everything, and we put the most clever scientists together to create a vaccine. And here we don't need a new vaccine. We have it, and we produce too much of it. So if we had the same kind of urgency to a problem like this, I think we could change the world. And that's crazy that it's not there. But we're looking in specific to different side streams. We have one project going on right now, which I think is interesting. It's our rapeseed cake product. So rapeseed press cake, when you press canola oil or rapeseed oil, you have the seeds. And today we use around 40% of that, which is the oil. And then the rest of it, which is actually the proteins and fibers, we don't use. We put it for animal feed, for cow's feed. But instead of feeding it into a cow first and then eat it, maybe we should turn it into human food first. And we have done that with a new technology that we have, a biotechnology we made here in-house. And for me, I'm of course biased, but I think it's the best meat alternative I've tasted. It's 5 ingredients, so it's quite simple. It's not ultra processed. In that way, it's a very natural fermentation process as well. But then again, the process that we use existed thousands of years in Asia, that way of doing it. But in Europe, it's a novel food. So it will cost us 10-15 million to get this approved. It will take 3-4 years. So we need some kind of like urgency. We need some kind of like fast pace, especially within novel food bureaucracy. And maybe plant-based food should have a little loop in the line to get sorted out faster, because there's a need for these new transformations. What is interesting with the rapeseed press cake is that 51% of the proteins that we grow in Europe is that protein, but we don't use the protein. So it can cover the protein needs on paper around 800-900 million people's life annually if you use this as a human feed instead of animal feed. And I think cases like that is very interesting for us to translate in with deliciousness as a driver for that.
That's very exciting. If people want to come to the restaurant or they want to find out about Spora, how can they do that?
they can reach out like spora.dk or and then get hold of Mette or me or both, and we're very happy to help them also with a table at Alchemist. But what I think is most exciting is we use Alchemist as a platform of change, and I think that's the chefs have this like stars and get attention, and now I'm sitting here and talking with you, and I'm nobody. I have a primary school education. I'm not very clever. I couldn't speak English 10 years ago. So I mean, we get some attention, and we need to use that attention as wisely as possible and drive a change, especially with the world we have today, where it's so fragile. And I think that's what we try to do with our medium. And I try to surround myself in Spore with people like Mette from more biotech side, with scientists, with different PhD students, with the chefs as well. And in the end of the day, where we create some products that we hopefully will have a lasting impact.
It's amazing what you're doing. Congratulations, and we wish you the very best on your amazing journey.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Tim.
In Syria, many families are trying to start over after years of hardship, but they still need our support to keep moving forward. Years of conflict and economic collapse have left countless people without the food they need to survive. The World Food Programme works tirelessly to deliver hot meals and food baskets to families in Syria. Your support for families in Syria doesn't just provide them with food, it gives them hope.
Mayank, welcome to hashtag World Food Day.
Thanks a lot. It's my pleasure to be on this platform. Thank you very much.
Mayank, can I first of all ask you, could you tell us a little bit about your journey to getting to where you are today?
It's been a long journey, but I'll keep it short. I was born in the foothills of the Himalayan mountains, place called Dehradun. I was born in a caterer's family, so food comes naturally to me. I was only 8 years old when I started cooking. And then, helping my father to grow the business. Then, I was a little rebel kid in the house. So I told my dad that this is what I really want to do. I want to be a professional chef in the future. He was quite upset about it. He said, I'm building this entire business around you. You should be taking care of the business. Why don't you go and do an MBA, right? So I did my bachelor's in physics, chemistry, and maths. And then my mom was the anchor of the house. She really supported me. She sneaked me out of the house and she sent me to the culinary school. And for the longest time, my father had no clue that I was in the culinary school. And he thought that I'm in the business school. So when he realized, he was upset again. But I was following my dream. I really wanted to do something around food. And I did my, bachelor's in the culinary science. And I studied Ayurvedic medicine. That really helped me to make sure that we make the food as a medicine, And, I worked in different parts of the world, in different parts of India. Then we opened our first restaurant in Houston. So that's called Musafir, and it was based on a journey. And we got our first Michelin star last year in 2024. In November. So it's been quite a journey.
Well, congratulations. Incredible.
Thanks a lot.
So it's World Food Day, 16th of October today.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, what do you think are the great challenges that the world is facing in relation to food?
Specifically, what I see right now is, living in America, everything is accessible, all the different produce is accessible all around the year. The problem is we need to make sure that we are doing sustainable cooking. We are changing the menus with the season that I don't see often in most of the restaurants. There are a lot of beautiful farms around, right? We should be working with the farmers, very, very important. And always follow the philosophy of 4 Fs. And how I define it is flora, fauna, farm, food. if you really take care of like the first three F's, you will definitely make sure that the end result, the food will be phenomenal. So farm aspect of it, like how to rear the animals, how you're growing the vegetables, you at least know the source of it, right? Flora and fauna, like, there are a lot of, like, being in Texas, there are a lot of like hunting ranches around, right? The sustainable hunting is, like very much required. And you use the full animal if you are hunting, right? At the same time, you have to make sure I go foraging, and I do it seasonally. We try to forage different ingredients, that is the gift from the nature. We make sure like we take care of these three F's, flora, fauna, farm, and the end result food has to be sustainable. But the challenges are so many. There's so many chemicals these days while you're growing your vegetables. That organic farming is very important, definitely needs to be promoted. And what we do in our restaurant is we make sure that we buy the single origin spices from India. All these spices we make we have made this endeavor like to make this create connections with these spice plantation people in different parts of India. And we make sure that we buy seasonal spices. The season is changing, the produce changes, but also the spices which should change with the season. Because every spice has its own nature, cooling, warming, digestive, immunity boosting. So for the summers, we should focus on the cooling spices because it's a hot weather. And that's what you need according to the philosophy of Ayurveda. Then for the winters, you should be focusing on the warming spices. That's what your body needs. So spice box and the spice blend should change with the season. So I think that is one thing that definitely seems missing. We don't see like a lot of vegetables changing. A lot of chefs are being more conscious about it these days, but still it's a long way to go.
And what are you doing? I mean, are you out there actively? Tell us a little bit about what you're doing on social and through the restaurant to see if you can kind of promote this culture that you're talking about. I mean, it's pretty amazing what you're doing and how seriously you take this. But what steps are you taking to be a part of the change?
So when we started the restaurant in Houston, the first thing first was we have to make connections with these farmers, the local farmers. It should be not more than like a 50-mile radius. We should be collecting our vegetables from around the farms because it's in the season, right? It tastes better, right? And, when people see all these vegetables in the menu, they feel great about it. I always give this example. There are different sources of vitamin C. But I don't realize why people drink orange juice entire season, like entire around the year. Like winters should be the time when we focus on the citrus fruits, not in the summers. Summers, you can have coconut water, like that is again a very good source of vitamin C. It's just an example. Like I think the produce should change with the season, and we have taken enormous steps in like making sure that we work with these farmers. We get our seasonal spices from India. These are single origin spices. And we make sure we promote it through the journey. Like there are a lot of videos that we post, like how we work with these farmers. And we also try to do the spring soiree. That is something that we bring a lot of people at the farm so that they realize like how the vegetables actually grow. And they have this beautiful dinner at a farm. So it makes them feel connected towards nature. When they come to this farm, when they learn about the sustainable practices, what these farmers are doing, they really feel amazing about it. Like having this amazing, we'll pluck the vegetables in the morning, we pluck the herbs in the morning, and then by like 5 o'clock in the evening, there's a special dinner ready for them. So we promote these kind of events seasonally. So they realize like how important it is to eat sustainable and seasonal.
Why is World Food Day? I'm supporting this. I'm producing this content. I'm working with you, collaborating. Yes. And by working together, we can put constructive narrative around the issue of food to inform, inspire, and engage people towards making changes that will protect our food and therefore protect each other. I mean, World Food Program winning the Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, there lies the massive connection with food and humanity's survival. Exactly. I mean, Tell me about why you wanted to get behind World Food Day and support awareness of it.
So I definitely love the word peace and hope. These are two words that I really connect to really well. I'll tell you why. Food is my language, right? I've traveled all around the world and I've always spoken one language, that is food. So, I'm here in this world to create bridges, not boundaries. Food is the way that create bridges between different cultures. And I think that is such a powerful tool to connect, to bring people together. Just break a bread, it's just such an important tool. And it gives hope to people. There are people that are constantly, consciously doing, things about it to connect people, to speak one language, that is food. So I feel really proud that I'm able to do a little bit at a drop in the ocean, like I'm trying my best so that we can bring a little change somehow, you know.
Well, it's very special that you say that. And, there's that phrase, piecemeal. And, as you say, what is it that really brings us together wherever you are in the world, whether it's drinking tea, whether it's sharing food, if we look at our families and the great festivals, spiritual festivals of all religions, food is always at the center of this moment that creates peace, which makes it incredibly special.
Absolutely. I totally believe in that. And, that's always been our philosophy. Even in the restaurant, we make sure that we celebrate different cultures, different religions under one roof. And we do special menus so that people feel invited. They say, oh my God, they're doing a Diwali feast. Why not? Oh, it's a Christmas feast. Why not? Living in America, it's such a diverse now I was shifted to New York. It's such a diverse place on earth. So we try to celebrate every single festival, bring people together through food and give them hope, right?
So look, before we go, it's been amazing speaking to you. I knew it was going to be incredible. But before we go, how can we follow you and find out more? And how can we come to the restaurant? Tell us all about it.
So we have two restaurants. One restaurant is in Houston. It's called Musafir Houston. And the second restaurant is in New York. We are in Manhattan, Tribeca. It's called Musafir NYC. Please follow us, on Instagram. Musafir NYC is the page. For Houston location, Musafir Houston. Or for me, it's Chef Mayank Istwal 7. So that's my Instagram page. You can find us online, through Google, any social media platform, Facebook, Instagram. Yep. So you can find me right there.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, listen, it's been an absolute pleasure. Happy World Food Day. Take care. Look after yourself. And thanks for today.
Happy World Food Day to you as well, Jeremy. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
This World Food Day, Peace One Day and our incredible partners, Weston, Summa Equity, Unilever, Agrifirm and Bloom, are taking action with the World Food Programme's ShareTheMeal, launching an initiative to purchase 1 million meals, because peace begins with sharing, one meal at a time. Tell your friends about this broadcast, share the link, spread the message, because every single view helps. When you see the QR code at the end of this video, grab your phone, scan it and download the ShareTheMeal app. With your help and with less than £1, you can donate one meal to someone who needs it most. Join the conversation by using #WorldFoodDay and #ShareTheMeal. And help us spread these important messages even further. You can also subscribe to the Peace One Day YouTube channel to watch today's broadcast and 26 years of inspiring content. And to learn more about the campaign, visit peaceoneday.org. So get your phones ready, the QR code is coming up now.
James, welcome to hashtag World Food Day.
Hi, Jeremy. Thanks for having me. It's a privilege to be on World Food Day.
James, I first want to ask you, tell us about yourself and your journey to where you are today.
Right. I spent about 21 of my years in my first career in the military. I was a guards officer, which is equivalent to the Marines in the British Army, I think. And then I was a combat officer. And that was a time that I was like protecting the nation. And then just about 4 years back, I was contemplating what to do with the second half of my working life. And that's where I find myself doing my ikigai and then considering that I need to do something purposeful. And since the world needs to save it from itself because of our overconsumption and global warming, right, I decided to channel my energy in my second career into saving the world. So actually from green uniform to the green economy, and that's what I would call it. Yeah, so since the last 3 years, I have actually embarked on a startup, which is an agriculture startup. It's called V Plus Agritech, and this is our logo over here. And we do urban farming, right? And using sustainable methods like hydroponics and aquaponics, right, to bring food actually closer to the city. Right, since cities are already growing very quickly and are likely to continue growing in the next few decades, right? And our food is produced very far away, right? We want to bring it closer to the people. And that's where you can actually really make a difference in terms of cutting food waste and bringing more nutritious food to the population. Other than that, I'm also teaching sustainability in the Singapore Management University, as well as I'm a fellow in the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy.
Amazing, James. What a journey you've had.
Yes.
Where did the passion come from? What made you suddenly decide to try and make a real impact through food?
So actually, I wasn't exactly targeting food. I was just actually targeting sustainability, to take climate action. Right? It just happened at the time that when I make my decision, there started to be a spotlight on food. And then I realized that everybody's shining the spotlight on the green energy transition, solar, wind power, renewables, etc. And then now there's this food thing that nobody's staring at. And when I was in the military, I tend to be assigned to positions where I have to do new things. It's kind of like a startup, but in the military sense, where there is no doctrine, no SOP, no concept of how do you solve the problem, right? And I thought that I could put my expertise into doing that, to look at food and see how we can solve this problem.
Okay, so that's really fascinating. I want to ask you now, James, so what are you doing? Tell me more about the way in which your business is set up in order to make an impact.
We are actually creating a new market, which is in urban farming. So, and our clients are actually places like schools, hospitals, nursing homes, charities, shopping malls that typically do not own a farm, and they just buy their food, right, from wholesalers, from retailers, and so on and so forth. But right now we are trying to convince them to grow their own food, because by growing their own food, you can actually do what you call import substitution. You substitute the imports with locally grown food, and in that way you actually reduce the food miles. You bring food closer. The kind of emissions from the food miles are reduced. You reduce the food waste, which is a big problem because about 30 to 50% of the food never gets really to the consumer's mouth, right? Along the supply chain, right? Due to quality concerns, due to poor cold chain, right? The food actually goes bad along the way. So this is how we try to reduce the emissions, as well as bringing fresher food, which is better for health to the population.
It's absolutely incredible. How can people find out more about your organization?
Right, go to our website, vplusagritech.com. Right, we have our website there. We are also on LinkedIn. We are on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, pretty much all the popular ones, YouTube as well.
Fantastic. I want to ask you, what's the one thing that people could do? What changes could we make in our lives that would impact the opportunity or the possibility of a more peaceful and sustainable world, particularly as it relates to food?
Well, I think people like us, I mean, I live in a first world country and yourself as well. We are so used to having abundance, right? And we do not know where our food come from. But if we do know where our food come from, or even get our hands dirty, so that we actually grow our own food, we will appreciate how difficult it is to grow our own food. And then we will be more conservative when it comes to buying food and actually wasting food. In that sense, we just get enough for ourselves rather than get too much, right? And just by reducing waste alone, I think you can actually cut down a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. And the other thing is, of course, the other culprit is meat, right? We eat a lot of meat nowadays, especially beef, right? Those from ruminant animals, right? So replacing that with, eat less. I'm not saying go for vegan diet, but you can eat less meat and use plant-based alternatives. That will also help.
In relation to us living in a more peaceful and sustainable world, and of course, food is a major driver to us having peace, why the World Food Programme, of course, won the Nobel Peace Prize. What do you think the great challenges are that we face in relation to food and farming?
I think it's very important to recognize that we are not just facing a climate crisis with regards to food production, we are also facing a social crisis whereby nobody wants to be farmers. So no new blood is actually entering the farming industry. So what you have right now is in Southeast Asia, the average age of a farmer is like 55, right? In Japan, it's 65 years old. So you can just count in a matter of 1 decade, you can have current generation, they are farming, they retire or they pass on, right? And then who's gonna grow our food, right? And yet the world is not willing to pay more for food. So who wants to be a farmer, right? When it doesn't pay, right? And you bear all the risk, right, of the climate crisis where you have global warming affecting plant use, right? And then you have a lot of uncertainty, right? And you can't make money from it. And so it is like a race to the ground, if you like to call it, right? It's a vicious cycle. So we need to change that. And I think one important thing we need to do is education. That is why my company has a lot of our urban farms built in schools, right? And that is important because you need to inspire the young generation about where their food comes from and that actually you can farm and it's not that difficult, right? And hopefully you can make a living out of it as well, right? Of course, you need government policies to come in to try to subsidize, which many countries are doing right now. Yeah, but that is not enough, right? You can give money, but you cannot, if you fail to inspire the young to come in, you're still looking at what you call an age cliff. You're actually literally falling down an age cliff, right? In 10, 15 years time, the whole farming industry will just shrink very much.
Fascinating, James. Fascinating. Thank you so much, James, for participating in #WorldFoodDay, and we wish you the very best on your journey.
My pleasure. Thank you very much, Jeremy, for having me.
Mary, welcome to #WorldFoodDay.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. It's an absolute pleasure being here with you today.
The first thing I want to ask you is, could you tell me about yourself and your journey to this point?
Absolutely. So it's an absolute pleasure, like I said, for me to be here with you today. And as you said, my name is Mary Penrose. I'm a mum of 2. I work as a mindset and wellness mentor. And for over a decade, I have been helping women rebalance their hormones, reclaim their energy, and feel incredible in their bodies again. But my journey didn't start this way. I was actually a teacher, and my journey started essentially from my own struggles that after I had children, I was exhausted. I was dealing with low iron, fatigue, and digestive issues. And Jeremy, to be honest, no matter what I tried, I didn't feel at home in my body. And it was only when I found simple whole food nutrition and paired it with mindset work that things began to shift for me. My health, my energy, and my confidence started to change. And that's why I've created my programs. That's why I'm so passionate about this. And because I know firsthand what it's like to feel stuck, but I also know what's possible when you give your body and the mind the right fuel.
Amazing, Mary. Can I ask you, what's concerning you most in relation to food?
Wow, that's a pretty big question, but I think the biggest issue we face today is this. Obviously, I'm a woman, and for women, especially busy working moms, I feel that a lot of them are stuck in survival mode and they're running on caffeine and stress instead of real nourishment. And food, I think, has really become fast and convenient, but often it's full of empty nutrients, and our body actually needs whole foods. And when you add in constant stress, poor sleep, and a culture that essentially tells women to do it all, the result is exhaustion, bloating, low mood, and a real disconnection from ourselves. But I don't believe that it's just personal, Jeremy. I believe it's global. Food is now, it's more available than ever, but less nourishing than ever. And we can very evidently see this split. One part of the world is overfed but undernourished, living on highly processed foods that's leaving them sick and inflamed, while another part of the world doesn't even have enough food to survive. And the truth is, everything is energy. And the food we eat either gives us life or I believe drains it away from us. And when women don't feel good in their bodies, I believe it impacts everything, our families, our work, and our community. That's why essentially World Food Day, it matters so much, because yes, we need to transform global food systems, but we also need to transform our personal food systems, like our daily choices, our small habits, the way we fuel and care for ourselves, because I believe when women flourish, whole communities flourish.
Amazing, Mary. Tell me about your work. I mean, because I know that your work is about giving supplements to people, which is going to kind of cure part of the problem that you were talking about with our busy lives and not getting the right kind of things inside us. So talk to me a little bit about what you do and your passion for that.
Yeah, so my journey, like I said, started over a decade ago, and it was by introducing a whole food supplement into my daily routine. And what I loved about this was that first and foremost, it was suitable for me to take while I was breastfeeding, and I was able to give it to my son. So it was suitable for my child as well. And what it did was it bridged the gap between what I was eating and what I really should be eating. So it wasn't to replace whole foods or fruits and vegetables, but it just made the journey that little bit easier. And that one simple change became a catalyst for everything else. It opened up my world into a whole new way of the way that we should be living. It helped me to really start to understand how food really can make us feel. And I think that for a lot of people, we want to do the best, especially, if we parents out there, you really want to give your children the best start in life, but we don't understand that food and nutrition, it plays one of the most critical roles in this. And whenever we can start from the home, that's where we can make a massive difference and a massive impact. And it doesn't need to be complicated. It can be such a simple change like adding in supplements. It can start by increasing your water intake, but I believe we have to be role models ourselves. And it starts, I believe, Jeremy, with you and me, looking at what's on our plate, what we're fueling our bodies with. And it doesn't have to be overwhelming. That's essentially why I created one of my programs, which is called a 10-day reset, because I really believe that in 10 days, you can calm stress, you can reduce bloating, you can improve your sleep, you can feel your energy return, you can feel that vitality coming back to you. And nutrition isn't about being perfect. It's about proving to yourself that small, simple changes can make you feel like a completely different woman. And for me, the reset, that's like the starting point, and it's something that the whole family can do. Every single month, I recommend that as families, we reset our systems by looking at what we're consuming. We get rid of habits that aren't serving us well. And it shows us what's possible in such a short time frame, and it gives us that momentum. And it's all about helping people to see and feel the difference. People love short wins. So when you can help people in 10 days experience the increase in energy, the better sleep, the mood changing, that's where we can start building into like essentially life-changing results.
So if people want to find out more about you, where can they go? I mean, in terms of what you've just talking about, a 10-day reset, etc., how do we get in touch?
You can find me on Instagram on It's Mary Penrose. You can also find me on www.flourishwithus.com. And Instagram is where I'm at every day. That's where I hang out, to be honest, Jeremy. I love sharing my life. You'll see my kids on there. You'll see our daily habits, our daily routines. One of the things that myself and Seamus love to do is every single day go for a walk by the water. I find it extremely calming, and I just think it's a great lifestyle that I get to live, all because I decided to have an interest in my health and well-being all those years ago.
Mary, thank you so much for participating in #World Food Day. And we wish you the very best on your journey. And of course, to Seamus and the kids.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. It was my pleasure.
This World Food Day, Peace One Day and our incredible partners, Weston, Summa Equity, Unilever, Agrifirm and Bloom, are taking action with the World Food Programme's ShareTheMeal, launching an initiative to purchase 1 million meals, because peace begins with sharing, one meal at a time. Tell your friends about this broadcast, share the link, spread the message, because every single view helps. When you see the QR code at the end of this video, grab your phone, scan it, and download the ShareTheMeal app. With your help and with less than £1, you can donate one meal to someone who needs it most. Join the conversation by using #WorldFoodDay and #ShareTheMeal. And help us spread these important messages even further. You can also subscribe to the Peace One Day YouTube channel to watch today's broadcast and 26 years of inspiring content. And to learn more about the campaign, visit peaceoneday.org. So get your phones ready, the QR code is coming up now.
Sam, welcome to #World Food Day.
It's great to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
Sam, listen, you've had the most incredible journey in relation to food. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I've spent the last 20, almost 25 years in food, starting off as a cook who just wanted to learn how to, make some tasty food. And that journey led me all over the world. I trained in Vienna, got my butt kicked in a kind of old school way at a very high level restaurant. Worked for free for about a year and a half, actually illegally. I didn't have any papers, and just sort of got thrown in the fire and was taught, the basics, and sort of cooked and traveled around the world. And early on in my career, started really focusing in on the issues around people's health and the planet's health as it pertains to what we eat. So when I started cooking for the Obamas, just after then Senator Obama had launched his campaign for president, I kind of got matched up with the right family for a young cook who cared about food politics and food issues broader than just tasty food. I ended up going with them to the White House. I led nutrition policy for the president, and I ran the First Lady's big health campaign for kids and families called Let's Move. And since so I was with them for 8 years, in the White House for 6. I also, of course, cooked for them throughout all those years. And then since then have been working around climate change, environmental health, human health through food and agriculture in a number of ways, primarily as a venture investor with our fund called Acre, starting other businesses, staying engaged on strategy, and just trying to figure out how do we move the food system to a healthier and more sustainable direction. So yeah, that's it in a nutshell.
I mean, I want to move on to the fundamental issues around food in terms of how we're growing it, how we're consuming it, its security, etc., and its impact on the planet, which you know a lot about. We've got to get to that. But for anybody who heard you say what you just said, I mean, that's quite incredible. I mean, to cook for the Obamas. I mean, give us a little bit more about what that's like. I mean, what is it? I mean, obviously cooking. I know what cooking entails, but that's quite an unbelievable thing to do.
Yeah. It was a an experience of a lifetime to say the least, and I was extraordinarily lucky to have the vantage point that I did. My days started off, I started my day with working out with the president and first lady and the trainer, just us three in the gym, and then running, getting dressed, taking a shower, putting on a suit, running policy, and so dealing with either big policy issues or negotiating partnerships with businesses or, trying to move the culture with big campaigns, whatever the case may have been for the initiative. And then, running to get dinner on the table, sometimes, at the last second because I was running late. And then I got to play 3 games of pool with the president as sort of a wind down of the day before he went off to read, giant stacks of papers, trying to figure out the hardest challenges that the government faced. So I had a deep and very unique vantage point into the whole endeavor. And, it was humbling and amazing and challenging and stressful, but it was truly a once in a lifetime experience. And they are, as you'd hope they would be, politics aside, they're really decent people who just try to do the right thing at every turn. And it was a ride for sure.
Sound incredible. Are you going to write a book about something like that, or are you allowed to?
Well, I have a book coming out on October 7th, but I will never write that book. There's some White House stories in the Last Supper, but the tell-all book will never be written.
That's amazing. Absolutely incredible. You released a book, Sam, on the 7th of October, which has just passed. Tell us about the book.
Well, the book is titled The Last Supper, and it's based on a series of dinners that I started. The first one actually I did at COP21 in Paris. And it was an attempt to try to do two things. One, bring food into the climate change conversation in a way that back then it just simply was not at all. It's just basically never mentioned. And two, help give the environmental community a tool through food to try to connect more emotionally with citizens, who I think we've largely failed to help convince that climate change matters to them and have a sense of what the implications of it are. And it's a meal that is put on with all the ingredients that the models predict our kids and grandkids won't have as a result of climate change, or if they still exist, will be extremely expensive. Things like coffee, wine, chocolate, shellfish, crustaceans, nuts, fruit trees, etc. And it's like foods that we know and love and eat every day, that are really an existential threat. And I think the thing that I've come to realize is that it's not a future state. Like these things are happening now. And we're seeing devastation every year in different parts of the world from climate change on our food system. And so it tracks a number of those stories. It also then talks about the role that food is playing to uh, in climate change and environmental degradation, like deforestation. It's the number one driver of deforestation and land use change and biodiversity loss. It's the number one use of the world's fresh water, as well as being the number two emissions generator around the world from a greenhouse gas standpoint. So those are some of the issues we have to tackle. But I really mostly try to focus on what can we do to try to solve these challenges and what are those pillars of change. And I think food is just one of those areas that's been overlooked that holds, I think, the only real solutions that we have to solve this problem in the time horizon that the science says we have.
Sam, I want to ask you, I mean, being so close to Obama and having that experience of somebody who really focused and gets things done, is thinking about humanity and the long-term vision, extraordinary. Can I ask you, what keeps you going? I mean, sometimes, listen, I've been on the road 26 years, committed to peace and create a lot of programming, constructive narrative that informs, inspires, and engages. My whole life is about storytelling because I really hope it has an impact and gets people to think, which is hence the reason why I wanted to speak with you. What do you say to the people when you know that the climate's being affected, who say it's not real? I mean, what keeps you going? When you hear people saying it's climate change doesn't exist, what do you do? What keeps you going? Tell us.
Well, I will first say that I think it's a pretty small minority of people who really think that climate change doesn't exist, like hardcore. I think there's another set of people who have a very negative response to the language that, more progressive people use around this. So you talk to a lot of farmers, they'll tell you that they don't think climate change is a thing, but they do think the weather is changing. And you're like, okay, we can talk about changing weather then, no problem. Whether we call it climate change or changing weather, I don't care. So I think part of the challenge, for those who genuinely have no respect or interest in like data and science, I'm not sure there's that much we need that can be done. And I don't think it's actually that important. I think the vast majority of people are somewhere between either really caring about it and terrified, which is a whole other challenge, particularly with young people who are sort of like, this is so bad, there's nothing we can do. I'm just going to give up and live my life. So that's one set of challenges I think we have. And then there's the people who are more skeptical or just don't think it's that important. And that is where we have to help the people understand what's at stake. And that's why that's the whole point of these dinners, and where I think food is very, very powerful, is that it helps people understand what's in it for them. Like and really what we're talking about here is our very way of life is really under threat, and our ability to pass down to the next generation the delicious lives that we've been able to enjoy is truly at stake. And that is something that I think touches all of us. There isn't a person across any political spectrum that isn't trying to leave their kids something better than what they found. I mean, that's sort of core to who we are as human beings. And I think we can help base our arguments on that human foundation, which is universal. So I think we just have to keep finding the right language, speak to people's hearts as less than their minds, and keep rallying people to make progress here little by little. And I think the other thing that's going to help us is that every year things are getting worse and more visible. Floods and droughts and fires. It's getting increasingly difficult to deny that something's happening here. And so I think the story will be told on its own, unfortunately, and hopefully allow us to rally more action in the coming months and years ahead.
Sam, what can we do at home? I mean, we know what you're doing. The book sounds incredible. You're devoting your life to this. You're out there talking about it, making a difference. It's really, commendable, and well done for what you do for the world. I want to ask you, what can we do at home? I mean, there's a lot of people watching. What difference can we make?
I think what's powerful about food and doing, Food Day is a wonderful moment to sort of make some commitments to ourselves, is that we have the power to make a difference every single day, multiple times a day. Where energy is like, I don't know, I guess got to turn on my lights. Like, I don't know what you want me to do. We're making choices that have an impact every day. And that is a wonderful opportunity to, bring along your family and to try to make some changes. I think if you just look at the data and you just had to decide, okay, what's the one thing that I could do to make an impact? It is eating less red meat, less animal protein overall, but especially less beef and less lamb. Those are the two biggest emitters, like pound for pound, in the world. And so even just moving down the kind of animal meat spectrum, so to a pig and even better a chicken, that's helpful when it comes to emissions. Eating things like shellfish, which don't require any kind of feed, very helpful. So that's one thing everybody can do. I think we should also be supporting brands who are making claims around, regenerative agriculture or more sustainable, ingredients. There's plenty of greenwashing out there, and so we have to be, thoughtful about that. But I think that's up to the advocates to be pressuring these companies to make good on what they're saying, and government to regulate appropriately. But I think as consumers, if we see somebody who's putting some energy into that, and trying to put a better product that's produced more sustainably, we should be supporting them. And I think that sends a strong signal to businesses that this is where the future is. The last thing that's critical, and I don't care where you are in the world, if you are lucky enough to live in a democracy, you got to vote. And you got to vote every time in local elections, in national elections. Our leaders matter. And, we're seeing this in the United States. We voted for somebody who thinks this is a hoax, and it's insane. It's unconscionable, and it cannot stand. And so, we have a responsibility to put in positions of power leaders who understand science and data, don't politicize the facts, and who are thinking about the next generation. And if we don't, we are mortgaging their futures. And right now, their futures are really on the line. I have two young boys, Sai and Rafa, are age 8 and 6. And it's terrifying to think about the future we're potentially going to leave for them and the mess that they're going to have to clean up. And the young people are not going to save us. I cannot tell you how angry that line makes me feel, because essentially that's adults advocating responsibility for the mess that they've made and just saying their kids are going to clean it up. We have to take responsibility for the moment, and we have to make the necessary actions that are going to be tough, and investments that are going to be necessary right now to mitigate the worst of this and set our societies up to manage through a very volatile, challenging period. That's it. And so that's on us right now. And I'm excited. I think we have the potential. We have the tools. But we have to keep pushing forward and put leaders in place who care about and share those values that we do.
Yeah. Sam, unfortunately, we have to end. I don't want to keep listening to you. But anyone who wants to find out more about you, how can they?
Well, we love it if you buy the book. A shameless plug for the book called The Last Supper. And, I'm on Instagram and do various speakings and have a TED Talk, couple TED Talks, those kind of things. But we'll be out there pushing and encourage everybody to raise their voices in their families and in their communities. And I think we have a shot to make a real difference, even when things feel bleak at times. We have no other choice.
Sam, incredible. Thanks a lot, mate. Good luck.
Thanks so much. Thank you for all you do.
Humanitarian assistance can seem complicated sometimes, but this is very simple. One box is 1 month of food for one person. There's oats, there's oil, there's meat, there's wheat flour, a lot of other good things that allow people to cook for their families. Most of it is bought locally. It supports the local economy. It costs us about $20 only, and it keeps people alive and well in frontline regions of Ukraine. Many of them don't have access to supermarkets, to shops. The shops are closed. They live under bombs and daily shelling. They can't go out easily. And a lot of them have lost jobs, they've lost income, and they live on about $50 to $70 per month. They depend on this for their survival and to feed their families.
Zaritza, welcome to #World Food Day.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Zaritza, the first thing I wanted to ask you is, could you tell us a little bit about yourself and your journey to this point?
Very difficult because I had several lives. So in this life, I am UN officer at the World Tourism Organization, serving people. And in doing so, we have come across and we are facing, as you all know, really a context in which we are evolving in polycrisis. And one of the crises and one of the aspects that is very worrying is issues related to climate change. And in the course of trying to support, on the one side, government, on the other side, private sector companies, because tourism is trade, and tourism is one of the main trade sector. It was the third export earning category on 2019, after fuels and chemicals. So it's a huge sector, but composed of many industries. So you have hotels, you have restaurants, you have recreation, you have national parks, you have as well travel, meaning that you have airplanes, you have trains, you have all kind of industries. We went through a huge crisis with COVID. And during COVID, we saw many people suffering for many reasons, because they were isolated, they were not having the means to sustain their livelihoods and so on. Now, all the combination come to some sort of a set of solutions that is related, on the one side, looking at the lens of reducing our impact on the planet, and on the other side, trying to support livelihoods and having a more humanitarian approach. We have found that because food and food waste in the tourism sector, because of this amplitude, is a great opportunity, because it allows us to act independently without a big knowledge. However, we know as well that 20 to 40% of food is wasted in the sector, but not all is waste. Part of it is definitely a surplus. So because it is a surplus, it deserves to be distributed with decency, and it can really support food security. So that path has led us to where we are today.
Can I ask you, what's concerning you most around the issue of food? I mean, the World Food Programme, of course, one of your agencies, won the Nobel Peace Prize in relation to food. So clearly, food and peace go hand in hand. I want to ask you, in relation to food, what concerns you most? What are the great challenges that we face at this particular point?
I think that food is maybe not where it should be. I explain myself. On the one side, we have an abundance of food and an excess of food, which is transformed and appreciated by many people. And on the other side, we have many people that don't have food. And when you speak about the connection of peace and food, it is exactly that. It's like, how can you possibly think about any global challenging issues when you are hungry? You're not going to speak and to think of climate change. You're not going to look into climate action. You're not going to look at biodiversity. You need to feed yourself. And I think that principle is a fundamental principle in the approach that we are trying to undertake.
Can I ask you, UN Tourism, what kind of practical steps are you taking to be supportive of the issues that we're facing?
I felt that it was not sufficient that we only call upon our sisters agencies such as United Nations Environment Programme, because it has to do with sustainable consumption and production. They as well working on food, or FAO, which is the organization responsible for production of food and agriculture, or IFA, that is the one on the humanitarian side. I think the combination and the responsibility lies in all of us. And this is the reason why I wanted to have a system mapping. And who better than the people I had the privilege of meeting on my journey of a daily life and daily work, the Cambridge Center for Resilience and Sustainable Development. I found that that was the perfect partner to start and build the initiative to transform food systems in tourism. When we were having that ambition, of course, we need as well resources and capacity to initiate such process. We always need partners. We reached out, and I reached out to the TUI Care Foundation, who was thrilled and very interested in supporting the initiative. So this alliance between the three entities, very different from their, I can say, scope and role. The ambition is really to co-create a sustainable and circular food system across the tourism value chain, which I was mentioning earlier, which entails really many different sectors. So we know that the tourism sector, holds a unique convening power to drive systemic change across the value chains. So this system mapping is offering us the opportunity to unlock the necessary policy on one hand and to provide inspiration or a model for new business models. I explain myself, and I want to illustrate that. When we have planes landing in a country and when they still hold an important amount of food which is not being touched, they are obliged to dump it. That is something that for some destination, when the plane arrives, is a total waste because people are in need of food. Now, this is tied to health issue, to regulations, and to policies. We, as a UN entity, because we are connected to the government and to other agencies in other area of influence, we want to work on those policies to try to unlock. The same for new business model. The way we produce food, and that is where we will be calling upon other partners which are more inclined and knowledgeable in the farming part, that food that is produced needs to reach the right place to be used. So the distribution between the producer and the consumer, which is a business, as well needs to be analyzed. In the same way, the processing of the food in hospitality, for example, or any business in tourism, needs to be as well very carefully looked at. And on the other hand, that is what I was mentioning earlier, as we estimate 20 to 40% of food waste in the sector. By the way, this number applies as well to private household. Part of that food can be redistributed. Again, there is a cost of redistribution, or there is as well regulation. So this enables as well the creation of more different social enterprises, but as well to use technology for being able to reach out the possible food surplus that is available. And then finally, we want to really reduce tourism food-related carbon footprint, because you all know that food is representing 1/3 of world's global emissions, and food requires about 70% of use of water of water that is available as well to be produced. So any reduction really has a huge impact on the reduction of the carbon footprint. Now, on the food security, this is as well the other pillar that we want to tackle, as I was explaining. But as well, there are as well opportunities on the bioeconomy, because the food waste that is remaining can be as well a very interesting component to produce des engrais. Sorry, the word is missing in English. Fertilizers or these kind of things, but as well to produce energy. For example, in island states, especially in the Caribbean, where the sargassum is important, some of the pilots have identified the opportunity to create energy by mixing food waste with sargassum. So these initiatives are singled out. But what we want to do is to really try to do a proper mapping so that we can prototype and we can have opportunities to scale up with other partners. So our main call is to really invite international organizations, government, businesses, but as well the civil society to join us on the journey. And I think there is no better forum than the World Food Day to do so.
Thank you, Zaritza. Well, it's absolutely fascinating, everything that you're doing at UN Tourism. Can I ask you, if people want to find out more information, where would they go?
You can go on our website, UN Tourism, or you can go on the webpage of the Center for Resilience and Sustainable Development of Cambridge.
Zaritza, we wish you the very best with your incredibly important work, and thank you for today.
Thank you very much, Jeremy, and thank you for having us.
This World Food Day, Peace One Day and our incredible partners, Weston, Summa Equity, Unilever, Agrifirm and Bloom, are taking action with the World Food Programme's ShareTheMeal, launching an initiative to purchase 1 million meals, because peace begins with sharing, one meal at a time. Tell your friends about this broadcast, share the link, spread the message, because every single view helps. When you see the QR code at the end of this video, grab your phone, scan it and download the ShareTheMeal app. With your help and with less than £1, you can donate one meal to someone who needs it most. Join the conversation by using hashtag World Food Day and hashtag ShareTheMeal, and help us spread these important messages even further. You can also subscribe to the Peace One Day YouTube channel to watch today's broadcast and 26 years of inspiring content. And to learn more about the campaign, visit peaceoneday.org. So get your phones ready, the QR code is coming up now.
Paul, welcome to hashtag World Food Day.
It's so great to be here.
Paul, I want to ask you, could you tell us about your journey, because it's an amazing journey to this point?
Yeah, look, it's a long journey and it is amazing. It's been, I feel very blessed to be in the position that I'm in. So I currently lead this Sustainable Development Goal 2 Advocacy Hub. So it's a network that works with private sector, civil society and UN agencies to really work around driving forward action around the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And how I got here, this was incubated in the World Food Programme in 2017. And I was at the time working for the World Food Programme in a short contract after working 15 years for a big international organization that worked in 110 countries around emergency relief. So I'd kind of come from a journey of I'm Australian, but I had come from working around the world trying to help people to really connect and engage with some of the big issues that we face in the world. You know, that came from a childhood growing up in places like India, in Malawi, in Bangladesh, where my parents worked. And so I've kind of had this global experience. And then that led me into this work where I was looking at a number of the issues that I'd seen in the world and saying, how can I make a difference? And so the work that we're in now is really working alongside, we work alongside chefs, we work alongside policymakers, we work alongside governments in really helping to kind of cheerlead some of the work some of the initiatives that are happening that I think are really making an impact, but also to help connect some of the areas of work. Because a lot of people are working very deeply in this space, but sometimes they don't look across and they don't see the work that's connected to theirs. And so we work across all of the kind of silos that happen in the food system and really try and help bring people together.
Absolutely incredible. So look, you've got a real knowledge of the world and what's really going on right now, and you're in touch with a lot of people who are really on the front line. What's worrying you most right now about what's happening in the world? I mean, WFP won the Nobel Peace Prize, right? So as it relates to food, food is crucial to a more peaceful and sustainable world. More wars this year, Paul, than ever since the Second World War. You know, we're at a really major crossroads. What's driving you? What are you most worried about? What do you think we've got to handle?
Yeah, look, I mean, if I come down to that question, there's a lot of the big stats are concerning, but what I really struggle with is the inequality that we're seeing. We're seeing a growing gap in inequality in our world. So between people that have, and they have extreme wealth, extreme access to resources, and then people that aren't having enough and enough to even eat each day. And so you're seeing 720 million people going to bed hungry in 2024, and yet we have a major opportunity to feed them. There is enough calories and food grown in the world to be able to feed everyone, but we're still seeing these hungry people. And where we're seeing them is in conflict zones. We're seeing them as a result of climate. We're seeing them as a result of cost increases. And this is all happening at a time when also we're seeing challenges to multilateralism. So to people working together, that's what that kind of means, is like, how do people work together? We're seeing some countries say we should just focus on ourselves. We should just focus on our own citizens, our own space. And that's important. But at the same time, we also, when we look at the planet and you zoom out, we all live on this world, and we can only really enjoy food if we're all having the opportunity to actually have a nutritious, healthy, delicious meal. And at the same time, one of the big things that I struggle with is the inequality in food quality as well. So at the moment, almost 1/3 of the world, 2.6 billion people in the world, cannot afford a healthy diet. And when you think about that, this means that actually eating the things that they need to be their best version of themselves, to then be able to, work hard to compete in the world that we live in, means it's out of reach. They can't afford that diet that's going to give them the nutrients to thrive. And so you're seeing disease increases, you're seeing stunting and wasting, you're seeing lack of development happening because people just don't get the nutrients they need. You're seeing obesity rising, all of these these causes, I guess, that are coming from this fact of healthy diet. So for me at the moment, this is a real challenge. I really think we need to diversify our food system as part of the solution. We need to look at how do we create safety nets for people. We need to be looking at, programs like the World Food Program, which create a safety net for people that are in conflict, that don't have that access, but then also look at addressing the longer term challenges around how are we growing more climate sensitive, nutritionally dense foods? How are we looking at how we really drive and move that forward? And what excites me about this is that there are countries that have done that. So Brazil is a great example, where through social safety nets and good government policy and investment, they've actually reduced the number of hungry people in the country very significantly, very quickly, to the point that they're now off the hunger map. They're, as of the last state of food security, they're out of that kind of space. And so to me, there's lots of learnings here that can give us hope that this is possible. It's actually, we just have to choose to, put the right policies in and the right investments.
Incredible, Paul. Amazing to hear you speak. Can I ask you, look, you're a young man still, you got a lot of energy, and you'll be thinking that, though. I mean, you're at this point where you've got a ton of experience, and you'll be saying to yourself, okay, I've got the wisdom, I've got the experience, I've got the network and the connections. Where's your drive for the next, let's say, 10 years? What do you really want to focus on? What's Paul really want to achieve?
So I think for me, if I could see us really shift our food system towards more diversity and appreciation of the kinds of foods which are nutrient dense, they're great to grow in the soil, they help our climate, they use less water, and that they also celebrate the joy of food. I think this is what our food system needs. At the moment, we get 60 to 70% of all our calories from 4 crops. We need to completely shift the way that we're doing that. And so I think within 10 years, we can do that. There's so many different solutions out there that when we look back into the past and we look at the future, we bring science and the future together with the past, we can actually find the solution. So for me, diverse diets would be the way that we could go about doing it. It's not just getting calories to keep people alive. It's also about really giving them the nutritious, healthy diet that's delicious, that represents their culture, their place, their space in so many ways.
What can people do? People like me, ordinary people, right? I mean, what can we do to make an impact? I mean, I remember speaking to the head of Greenpeace a few years back and asking him, how are we going to save things? How are we going to live in a more peaceful and sustainable world? He said to me, stop burning fossil fuels and go to a plant-based diet. We'll save the world. And I was like, it's as simple as that? I mean, but he was serious. Of course it's not as simple as that. But what is it that you think people can do in their own lives to have a real impact?
So I think thinking about the food that you're eating is really critical, because the food you're eating, the choices you make with the dollars that you spend actually have a big impact. And I think we need to be shifting to foods that are actually really driving change. And so we're running a campaign called Beans is How, which is all built around beans, peas, and lentils as a solution. It's not because you should only eat beans, peas, or lentils. It's because beans, peas, and lentils are affordable, they're delicious, and they're available. And if you think about just including a beans dish, more beans dishes in your diet, it will help you get the fiber you need, the micro and macronutrients. It also includes protein, but most people don't have a protein problem. It also has great impacts on soil. So beans help fix nitrogen into the soil. They also use less water. They can grow in all kinds of environments. They're an amazing crop for really restoring and for regenerative farming and really looking at building resilience in communities. And they also are incredibly diverse. And I think diversity is something that I just really think is critical for us to be able to face the future that is coming in our world with ever-changing climate, ever-changing challenges. We need that resilience, and I think it's so important. So for me, if you had to pick something, I would say eat more beans. Eating them with a whole grain is a really simple step everyone can take to actually really make a measurable impact. And it's affordable, it's accessible, and something you can do.
That's interesting, especially the affordable part, right? Because that it's so difficult for us all at the moment to kind of make it through. So, a suggestion which is affordable, that's good news. So, Paul, it's amazing to hear everything that you've shared with us today. For those at home who are watching this, is there something that we can watch? Can we support you? How can we find out more?
Yeah, so I am so lucky to be able to meet and see so many heroes around the world that are making a real impact. And a year ago, I launched a podcast called Future Fork. And the reason I did that is because I really wanted to be able to share the stories of people that are on the front lines, scientists, chefs, people that are working in all kinds of ways, from UN agencies to business, that are on the front lines of really changing our food system. And so I sit down with them. It's called Future Fork, and you can find it across all the podcast channels, YouTube, and we have conversations. I just this week spoke to somebody running a school meals project in Kenya that is amazing and feeding 650,000 people a day. And they're growing, and their mission is to grow to 5 million meals by 2030. And this is a young person in Kenya who's doing this amazing program. So these are the kinds of cool people that I get to speak to. And they really inspire you because they're focused on a particular part of the problem and they're doing their bit. And so for me, I'd love people to listen to their stories. I'd love them to support those people and get behind them.
Wow, Paul, that's amazing. Future Fork. Check out the podcast. Paul, listen, it's an absolute pleasure to speak with you. Good luck on what you're doing, and let's hope you're successful over the next 10 years. Amazing.
Thank you so much, and really appreciate this initiative, and I hope everyone gets behind the goal that you have to really support and feed so many people through the World Food Programme.
Amazing. Good luck, Paul.
Thank you.
From just one fundraising goal in 2015 to more than 15 in 2023, ShareTheMeal donors from around the world have supported WFP operations in more than 45 countries. Donors can choose what type of operations to support, including emergencies and nutrition, or choose to help projects reach their goal. If they can't decide, they can always choose to have WFP decide where their donation is most needed. Donors can share just one meal or many, and even choose to make that amount a monthly donation. With just a few taps, they know they've made an impact. We'll keep them updated on how their donation is being used and what it means to families in need. Together, our community can help end global hunger.
Corinne, welcome to #World Food Day.
Thank you, Jeremy. Happy to be here.
Corinne, I want to start by asking you, could you tell us a little bit about yourself, your journey, and the Kofi Annan Foundation?
Well, I was with the United Nations for over 30 years, and I had the immense privilege when I was there to work directly with Kofi Annan when he was Secretary General. And 5 years ago, I was also offered the chance to lead his foundation, which he set up after he stepped down from the UN. So this is a small foundation based in Geneva. And basically, our mission is to carry forward his legacy for peace by looking at youth leadership, by looking at democracy, and also by looking at food security.
Well, that's really interesting, of course, because it's World Food Day. What are the fundamental issues that we're facing in relation to food security?
Well, you know, Kofi Annan once said that a hungry man is not a free man. And it means that, you know, no matter what progress we make in lots of other fields, the fundamental needs of people are first to survive and to eat. And you know, it's in the Sustainable Development Goals defined by the UN, the eradication of hunger is goal number 2. It's so important. It's really so core, so fundamental. But what we're seeing, unfortunately, is that we're moving away from that target, not making any progress, but actually moving away. So there are about nearly 30% of the world population today, which is food insecure. So that doesn't mean that people are starving, but they're food insecure. They don't all know on a regular basis whether they will have access to nutritious and sufficient food. So we're not in a very good place and far from where we thought we would be by now. That's the key overall message that we have. There are also what Kofi Annan always said, and which we found recently, the foundation ran a high-level commission on food security, is that it's not a technical problem. We have the technology, we have the land, the planet can feed 10 billion people. We are at 8 now, but it could feed more. So it's a matter of how we are organized, how the markets are organized, how people have access to food, how much food we waste. So these are, for me, the 2 key insights. People are hungry, and it's not because the planet cannot feed them. It's because we're not organized in the way that can deliver food to everyone.
What's being done about that organization? If it's an organizational issue, are there steps being taken to organize it properly?
Well, you know, there is an international architecture around food markets, around access to food for vulnerable populations. There are a lot of agencies, regional, international. Let me cite, for instance, the World Food Programme, amazing agency that delivers mostly to people in crisis areas. There's the Food and Agricultural Organization, both are based in Rome. So, you know, the World Bank tackles it. But it's just precisely, some of it is that they are a bit disjointed, a lot of efforts that are disjointed. And also at national level, the governments don't always make it possible for food to reach the most vulnerable. And what worries us is that people only start addressing the issue when people are already hungry. And we think we have to place much more emphasis on preventing people. We know that there are vulnerable people, poor people who are at the border. They could slide into hunger. We have to prevent these people from sliding into hunger. And there are some countries that have done amazing things, such as Brazil, that, you know, have social policies that will prevent the poor people from sliding into hunger. And it's a matter of applying the lessons learned in some countries elsewhere.
It's amazing. You know, we're working with the World Food Programme on this programme today and seeing if over the next year we can raise money for 1 million meals for the Share the Meal campaign that they have, which is incredible. So yeah, I mean, what a phenomenal organisation, which you just pointed out a moment ago. And I thought it was amazing that they won the Nobel Peace Prize. And I wonder if you could talk to us and perhaps explain to people at home, because when I tell people that WFP won the World Peace Prize, they're like, wow, that's amazing. Because of course, if we're hungry, we're going to fight. I mean, if we can't feed our children, we're not going to just sit there and watch them die. I mean, it's heavy, isn't it? Talk to us about the relationship between food and peace.
Well, it goes both ways, because you said if you're hungry, you're going to fight. But if people are fighting, people go hungry. So it goes both ways. It's a very clear relationship. And we see, I mean, a perfect example today is Sudan, but of course Gaza as well. So we see that in many regions affected by conflict, access to food becomes very, very difficult for lots of reasons. I mean, people cannot cultivate. Anyway, if a country was importing grain, the grain will not arrive. People just are displaced. Massive displacement. More than 100 million people on the roads today in the world, Jeremy. So these people, it's very difficult to access food when you're not at home, when you're not sitting in your town, when you don't know where the shops is, when you don't have money. So there is such a clear relationship between peace, conflict, and access to food. There are also people who do not have access to food in peaceful situations, but there is a very clear causal relationship between the two. And it goes both ways because, of course, as you said, when you're desperate, you're going to take arms if you can't feed your family.
What can individuals do, Corinne, around this issue of food? Is there anything that we can do in our lives to make a difference?
Yes, I know that it seems so intractable. I mean, for many of us, we think, but what can I do here? I'm sitting here in Geneva, to solve hunger in Sudan. Sometimes it seems so intractable, but there are actually lots of things that we can do at the individual basis. One is to push our governments to promote policies that combat climate change, because climate change is also having a very bad effect on crops and on the ability of people to feed themselves. So that's one. Very simple at the local political level, push for politicians who believe that climate change is not a hoax, but that it's a real thing and that it must be effectively fought. So one thing. Two, combat food waste, because something like up to 30% of food goes wasted in many countries. So this is something that each individually we can fight. We all are guilty of food waste and we must really stop it, because it doesn't make sense for our planet to produce food that is then, up to 30% is wasted. Three, support international organizations and NGOs. There are many, many wonderful. You cited the World Food Program, which is really amazing for people in crisis. But there are many also large NGOs that work on helping the food producers, the small farm holders, produce for their family. And Kofi Annan was always determined to help those people, the small farm holders. They're the ones who are in the front line. They need to be able to feed their family first and then their communities. And then things like trade across region, across countries and so on, fade away because they're able to feed their own people.
So what about the Kofi Annan Foundation? It's incredible speaking to you today. And you know that Kofi Annan was a source of inspiration for me. He listened to me and he supported me. And so I'm just kind of like, it's always wonderful to speak to you and hear about the work of the foundation. Is there anything that anybody can do to support the Kofi Annan Foundation?
Thank you, Jeremy, first of all, for being such a good friend of the foundation. And the inspiration goes both ways. You do an amazing job. Listen, to support us, first of all, learn about us. We have a website, kofiannanfoundation.org, and you have everything there. Follow us on social media. We're very present both on Instagram and LinkedIn, not on other platforms for a number of reasons. So follow us on social media and contact us. It's very easy. And we always respond, by the way. We always respond. So contact us if you have ideas. We want ideas. Yes, of course, we want people, to also direct donors to us because we're all in the same situation. But we want ideas. We just want people to be interested in what we do and to understand the legacy of our founder.
It's lovely that you say, we always reply if somebody contacts you. And it made me think about, I wrote to Kofi Annan and he replied, so it's lovely to see that.
Exactly.
It's lovely to see that his ethos has continued. Fantastic. I wanted to ask you, sorry, before we go, there's a lot, you're doing a lot for young people, aren't you? I mean, you have amazing ambassadors. Just tell us briefly about that incredible work.
Again, I mean, I sound like a broken record, but it was really Kofi Annan's impulsion, momentum. He was so close to young people. Even when I knew him and he was already not a young man, he always drew young people to him and he always tried to listen to them on a completely equal basis. So we have continued this work. We work on youth leadership for peace, but youth leadership in general. For instance, recently we gathered 30 young leaders in mental health in East Africa, which is a very underserved region for mental health. We brought them together to discuss how can they help each other at the regional level. What are the latest best practices in mental health at the community level? So young people are half of the population of the world. If you don't use their energy and their ideas, you're not going to go anywhere. So we always try not to train young people because they don't need our training. We just try to give them the access and the networks and the visibility they need.
And the encouragement.
And encouragement, of course.
Which is exactly what Kofi Annan. It's so wonderful hearing all the different stories because it's kind of like, my whole relationship with him was about encouragement, was about being listened to, was about answering the email, or the letter in those days.
And you were a young man, still are, of course.
I've still got the energy of a young man. But anyway, listen, it's an absolute pleasure to speak to you. The foundation's amazing. He was just a visionary, and if only he were the Secretary General at this point. We need his leadership in a major way right now. But the foundation's still going. Thank you, Corinne, for everything that you do. Good luck with your work.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. Pleasure to be here as always.
Hi everyone, I'm Rami Kridli, the CEO of ShareTheMeal. ShareTheMeal is an app by the World Food Programme that makes it simple to help a hungry child whenever you want, wherever you are. Now picture this. Smartphone users outnumber hungry children by 20 to 1. That's the tool we all carry in our pockets. With our app, you can explore today more than 15 of the WFP's operations across the globe and choose where your donation goes. You can give to a single campaign or split your donation across several, making each meal a personal choice. It costs just 80 cents to feed a hungry child for a full day. Every donation is tracked on the app, so you can see your impact and how we are delivering it on the ground. The app runs in 14 languages, accepts 52 currencies, and is available worldwide in more than 200 countries. Together, our community has delivered close to 300 million meals, from school feeding programs in Malawi to emergency responses in Gaza and Sudan. This World Food Day, join us in the Peace One Day Challenge to raise 1 million meals and be part of our growing community of change makers. Happy World Food Day from all of us at ShareTheMeal.
This World Food Day, Peace One Day and our incredible partners, Weston, Summa Equity, Unilever, Agrifirm and Bloom, are taking action with the World Food Programme's ShareTheMeal, launching an initiative to purchase 1 million meals, because peace begins with sharing, one meal at a time. Tell your friends about this broadcast, share the link, spread the message, because every single view helps. When you see the QR code at the end of this video, grab your phone, scan it and download the ShareTheMeal app. With your help and with less than £1, you can donate one meal to someone who needs it most. Join the conversation by using hashtag World Food Day and hashtag ShareTheMeal and help us spread these important messages even further. You can also subscribe to the Peace One Day YouTube channel to watch today's broadcast and 26 years of inspiring content. And to learn more about the campaign, visit peaceoneday.org. So get your phones ready, the QR code is coming up now.
So we've come to the end of hashtag World Food Day. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the World Food Programme for all your incredible support. To our sponsors, Unilever, Weston, Summa Equity, Agrifirm and Bloom, who enabled this global conversation to take place, one that we hope informed, inspired and engaged you. Thank you to all the participants and of course to you, the audience. Our next show is the elimination of violence against women on the 25th of November, and we have something extremely special planned. We're going to end today's broadcast with a song that's all about peace by Dave Stewart and Daryl Hall. We hope you enjoy it. Thanks for watching.
I can barely see through the smoke anymore. Is it there on the screen like so many times before? The noise is so loud I can barely hear. It was far away, now it's really near, and all I hear is people say, can we have peace one day? One day. All I hear is people say, can we have peace one day? But just one day. There's a clearing down there, you can see it from the sky. That's not a good place for children to hide. What a decision to have to decide when there's buildings collapsing with families inside, and all I hear is people say, can we have peace one day? Just one day. And all I hear is people say,